I'm trying to put you in the worst mood. P1 cleaner than your church shoes. Really point to just to hurt you. All red lamb just to tease you. None of these toys on lease to. Made your whole year in a week too. Main bitch out of your league too. Side bitch out of your league too. House so empty, need a centerpiece. 20 racks a table come from ebony. Cut that ever into skinny pieces. Then she clean up with her face, but I love my baby. You talking money, need a hearing aid. You talking about me, I don't see a shade. Switch on my side, like to get any lane. Switch on my core if I kill any pain. Look what you done. I'm a motherfucking star boy. Look what you done. I'm a motherfucking star boy. Every day a nigga try to test me, every day a nigga try to end me, pull off in that roadster SVI, pockets overweight getting hefty, coming for the king, that's a far cry. I come alive in the fall time, the competition, I don't really listen. I'm in the blue moon song, bumping new edition. House so empty, need a centerpiece. 20 racks a table come from ebony. Cut that ever into skinny pieces. Then she clean up with her face, man, I love my baby. You talking money, need a hearing aid. You talking about me, I don't see a shade. Switch on my side, like to get any lane. Switch on my core if I kill any pain. Look what you done. I'm a motherfucking star boy. Look what you done. I'm a motherfucking star boy. Let a nigga bracket, legend of the fall, took the year like a bandit. Bought mama a crib and a brand new wagon. Now she hit the grocery shop looking lavish. Star Trek roof in the Wraith the Con. Girls get loose when they hear the song. 100 on the dash, get me close to God. We don't pray for love, we just pray for cause. House so empty, need a centerpiece. 20 racks a table come from ebony. Cut that ever into skinny pieces. Then she clean up with her face, man, I love my baby. You talking money, need a hearing aid. You talking about me, I don't see the shade. Switch on my side, like to get any lane. Switch on my core if I kill any pain. Look what you done. I'm a motherfucking star boy. Look what you done. I'm a motherfucking star boy. Look what you done. I'm a motherfucking star boy. Look what you done. I'm a motherfucking star boy.
Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check.
You got to let me know. Should I stay or should I go?
Okay, check, 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 check. Now I have the mic. Turn my audio mic up just a little, please. YouTube. I have the track. One, two, 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 check. There's also a wave going on the track. It's like a wave. Ask him why. It's like shaking, Check, 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 check. One, two, two, check. One. One, two, two.
Bobby, can you make a playback one?
Sunday morning, man, she woke up fighting mad, bitching and moaning on and on about the time I had. And by Tuesday, you could say that girl was good as gone. And then when Thursday came around, I was all alone. So I went for a drive to clear my mind. Ended up at a Shell on I-65. Then I won $100 on a scratch-off ticket. Bought 2 12-packs and a tank of gas with it. She swore they were a waste of time, all, but she was wrong. I was calling number 5 on the radio station, won a 4-day, 3-night beach vacation. Deep sea senorita fishing down in Panama. And I ain't gotta see my ex-future mother-in-law anymore. Oh Lord, when it rains, it pours. Now she was sure real quick to up and apologize when she heard about my newfound luck on that FM dial. And it's crazy how lately now it just seems to come in waves. What I thought was gonna be the death of me was my saving grace. It's got me thinking that her leaving is the only logical reason that I got the last spot in the Hooters parking lot, and the waitress left her number on my check with a heart. She picked up on the first ring when I gave her a call. And I was spent $5 at the Moose Club raffle, won a used four-wheeler and 3 free passes for me and 2 of my buddies to play around a golf. And I ain't gotta see my ex-future mother-in-law anymore. Oh Lord, when it rains it pours, when it rains it pours. I've been on one hell of a redneck road for 3 weeks now, and it all started on the day that she walked out. Then I won $100 on a scratch-off ticket, bought 2 12-packs and a tank of gas with it. She swore they were a waste of time, all, but she was wrong. And I was calling number 5 on the radio station, won a 4-day, 3-night beach vacation. Deep sea senorita fishing down in Panama. And I ain't gotta see my ex-future mother-in-law anymore. Oh Lord, when it rains it pours. let's take our time tonight. Girl, above us all the stars are watching. There's no place I'd rather be in this world. Your eyes are where I'm lost in. Underneath the chandelier, we're dancing all alone. There's no reason to hide what we're feeling inside right now. So baby, let's just turn down the lights and close the door. Ooh, I love that dress, but you won't need it anymore. No, you won't need it no more. Let's just kiss till we're naked, baby. Versace on the floor. Ooh, take it off for me, for me, for me, for me now, girl. Versace on the floor. Ooh, take it off for me, for me, for me, for me now, girl. I'll unzip the bag and watch it fall while I kiss your neck and shoulders. No, don't be afraid to show it all. I'll be right here ready to hold you. Girl, you know you're perfect from your head down to your heels. Don't be confused by my smile, 'cause I ain't never been more for real, for real. So just turn down the lights and close the door. Ooh, I love that dress, but you won't need it anymore. No, you won't need it no more. Let's just kiss till we're naked, baby. Versace on the floor. Ooh, take it off for me, for me, for me, for me now, girl. Versace on the floor. Ooh, take it off for me, for me, for me, for me now, girl. Yes. It's warming up. Can you feel it? It's warming up. Can you feel it? It's warming up. Can you feel it, baby? It's warming up. Oh, seems like you're ready for more, more, more. Let's just kiss till we're naked. Ooh, Versace on the floor. Hey, baby, take it off for me, for me, for me, for me now, girl. Versace on the floor. Oh, take it off for me, for me, for me, for me now, girl. Versace on the floor. Floor, floor.
I said upside down, you're turning me. You're giving love instinctively. Round and round, you're turning me. Upside down, boy, you turn me inside out and round and round. Upside down, boy, you turn me inside out and round. Instinctively, you give to me the love that cheating when no one makes me feel like you do. Upside down, boy, you turn me inside out and round, upside down. Boy, you turn me inside out and round. I know you got charm and appeal, you always play the field. I'm crazy to think you're all mine. As long as the sun continues to shine, there's a place in my heart for you, that's the bottom line. Upside down, boy, you turn me inside out and round, upside down. Boy, you turn me inside out and round. Instinctively you give to me the love that I need. I cherish the moments with you. Respectfully I say to thee, I'm aware that you're cheating, but no one makes me feel like you do. Upside down, boy, you turn me inside out and round, upside down. Boy, you turn me inside out and round, upside down. Boy, you turn me inside out and round, upside down. Boy, you turn me inside out and round, upside down. You turn me, you're giving love instinctively. Round and round, you're turning me. I say to thee respectfully, upside down, you're turning me. You're giving love instinctively. Around and around, you're turning me. I say to thee respectfully. I said upside down, you're turning me. You're giving love instinctively. Around and around, you're turning me. I say to thee respectfully. Upside down, you're turning me. You're giving love instinctively. Round and round, you're turning me. I say to thee respectfully. Upside down, you're turning me.
It's going down. I'm yelling timber. You better move. You better dance. Let's make a night you won't remember. I'll be the one you won't forget.
Get a yard, the harder they fall. This bigger than boys are digging it
money, ain't a thing. Club jumping like LeBron now. Bowl it, order me another round. Homie, we about to clown. Why? Cause it's about to go down. Swing your partner round and round. And then the night is going down. One more shot, another round. And then the night is going down. Swing your partner round and round. And then the night is going down. One more shot, another round. And then the night is going down.
Ladies and gentlemen, singing the national anthem, Nashville-based vocal producer, singer, songwriter, Kylie Dean.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Please welcome Girls Gone Bible, Angela Halili and Ariel Reitzma to the stage to lead us in an opening prayer.
Thank you, Jesus. Anybody here love Jesus? That's right. Yes. God, thank you. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus, for today. Seriously. God, we thank you. We thank you that your will always prevails. Thank you, God, that it's your will. Your kingdom come, Lord. Your will be done on earth as it is in heaven, in America as it is in heaven, in the life of President Donald Trump as it is in heaven.
And we just want to take a moment and honor President Donald Trump. We thank you for your relentless love and devotion you have given to this country. And we bless you and we bless your beautiful family. And if we could all just bow our heads down to pray. Father, we thank you. Lord, you are truly everything. Your name is above every other name, and apart from you, we can do nothing. Spirit of the living God, may you be glorified in everything that takes place today. May we humble ourselves in your presence, Lord. All glory to you. And may we come together in this room and pray for Los Angeles and those that were impacted by the fire. You are the God that redeems, and that is with us. God, bring restoration to this situation. Lord, we thank you for choosing President Donald Trump as a vessel for your nation. As he carries the great responsibility of leading your people, may he rest in the knowledge that you, Lord, are the one who goes before him, and you will never leave him nor forsake him. I pray that you would protect his mind and you would guard his heart. I pray that you would place a shield around our president, his family, and upon this nation, that when opposition comes his way, may you provide angelic protection wherever he goes. May he stand firm in knowing the Lord is his refuge in whom he can trust. For it is written in Psalm 91 that when we trust in your name, you will order angels to protect us wherever we go. Lord, we pray that it would be your power and your wisdom that would guide every decision and be the foundation of this nation. I pray that it would be your spirit that rests upon President Donald Trump, the spirit of wisdom and understanding, the spirit of counsel and might, the spirit of knowledge and the fear of the Lord. Yes. Father, I pray for an outpouring of love and healing and unity over this country. For your word says that you can have faith that moves mountains, but if we don't have love, it means nothing. Lord, would you soften the hearts of your sons and daughters? Would you make us more like you, that we can love each other as you have loved us? Lord, I come boldly to the throne of grace, and I pray for a revival in this nation, that we would get back to the heart of the matter, and that is you, Jesus, the Prince of Peace, the one who humbly laid down his life for us and calls us to lay down our lives for one another. May that be the very foundation of this nation. President Donald Trump, we say that you will succeed and America will yet again prosper. May you manifest in the brightest of colors, and may your reign be righteous. In Jesus' mighty name. Yes! Yes!
2 Chronicles 7:14 says, "If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and I will forgive their sin and I will heal their land." We call on the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and we pray that you'd heal this land and the people who inhabit it. Lord, I ask that you would release your power upon this nation. I pray this country be washed by your blood, your precious blood. I pray that a holy fire would rain down to produce a move of purity and holiness in this nation. I pray that eyes would be opened and salvation would sweep across America. I pray in Acts 2 outpouring of the Holy Spirit and a mighty move of God to take place in America like we have never seen before. Jesus is the lion and the lamb on the same day at the same time, powerful enough to raise the dead with a spoken word and humble enough to wash feet. I pray that this would be the heart of America, powerful beyond belief, more powerful than any adversary, and with a true heart of humility to serve one another and provide for the poor, care for the sick, and bring justice to the oppressed. In Matthew 25, Jesus says, "For I was hungry, and you gave me something to eat. I was a stranger, and you invited me in. Whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me." I thank you, God, that this is not just a moral religion or a cultural belief, but this is worship of and relationship with the crucified and risen Christ. There's a throne in heaven, and it's not empty, it's occupied. The worthy is the Lamb that was slain, but he is standing. Jesus Christ sits on the throne in heaven, and he is completely unmoved by any sort of political power. You can't elect him, you can't impeach him. He is the King of glory. The King of glory, and he is worthy of your praise. So President Trump, we set the name of the Lord upon you, and we declare that no weapon formed against you will prosper, that every tongue that rises up against you in judgment will be condemned. And if God be for you, who can be against you? We bless you, President Trump, in Jesus' name.
Please welcome to the stage American musician and singer-songwriter, Kid Rock.
USA, 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 USA. Come on, USA, 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 USA. Well, come on! Let's go! You ready to celebrate here tonight? Come on! Come on! It was 1989, my thoughts were short, my hair was long, caught somewhere between a boy and man. She was 17 and she was 5 from in between. It was summertime in northern Michigan. Come on! Splashing through the sandbar, or talking by the campfire. It's the simple things in life, like when and where. We didn't have no internet, but man, I never will forget the way the moonlight shined on her hair. And we were trying different things. We were smoking funny things, making love out by the lake to our favorite song. Sipping whiskey out the bottle, not thinking about tomorrow. Singing Sweet Home Alabama all summer long. Put 'em up like this, come on! Come on! Singing Sweet Home Alabama all summer long. Catching water from the dock, watching the waves roll off the rocks. She'll forever hold a spot inside my soul. We'd blister in the sun, we couldn't wait for night to come. Head on up to Washington, D.C. and play a little rock and roll. Hey,
Welcome to the Make America Great Again Victory Rally! Do you feel good? I have but one question for you. Is MAGA in the house tonight? All right. Before we bring it back up, we're going to bring it all the way down. Now nothing seems as strange as when the leaves began to change, or how we thought those days would never end. Sometimes I hear that song and I start to sing along. You think, man, I'd love to see that girl again. Well, I'd love to see that girl again. And we were trying different things. We were smoking funny things, making love out by the lake to our favorite song. Sipping whiskey out the bottle, not thinking about tomorrow. Singing Sweet Home Alabama all summer long. Hey, we were trying different things. We were smoking funny things, making love out by the lake to our favorite songs. Sipping whiskey out the bottle, not thinking about tomorrow. Singing Sweet Home Alabama all summer long. Singing what? Sweet Home Alabama all summer long. Say what? Sweet Home Alabama all Come on, give me a good one. Singing Sweet Home Alabama all summer long. Singing Sweet Home Alabama all summer long. Singing about Sweet Home Alabama, yeah. All summer long. Singing about
Hello, everyone. I love you all. I know you're having a great time at the Kid Rock concert tonight. Quite frankly, he's amazing. All of you in attendance are the true backbone of our great country. Hardworking, God-fearing, rock and roll patriots. Bob is truly one of the greatest entertainers of our time. Let's all continue to love one another, fight for our God-given freedoms, and most of all, let's make America rock, 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 rock. Let's make America rock again.
We the people, in all we do, reserve the right to scream, screw you! Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Wear your mask, take your pills, now a whole generation's mentally ill. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. But COVID's near, it's coming to town, we gotta act
If there's one thing I want you to take away from this show tonight, it's not a t-shirt or the ringing in your ears from your favorite song. No, it's that for a couple hours, we lit it up and threw it down like only a group of good-time, hard-working Americans can. Because when you call this place home, you shouldn't take this flag or its freedom lightly. And you know, like I do, the only reason we can be here tonight is because of those who paid the ultimate price for our ticket. Those who put their necks on the line to watch our backs, day in and day out, from sea to shining sea. And not a day goes by when we're not reminded that the only reason any of us can do what we do is because of the courage of those who care enough to leave their homes behind, who head out to make sure they come back to a country as great as they left. And they don't give a damn about what went down in a voting booth on election day. They're fighting for what goes up on that Main Street flagpole or in the hand of a kid at a 4th of July parade. You see, they don't care about red or blue on a map. No, they're fighting for the whole damn flag with all their hearts. They're the stars, the ones who've earned their stripes, fighting for every damn color behind the flag. So I don't care what you call what we've got tonight. A concert, a show, a gig. I don't give a shit. Because what I believe we've got here is a get-together. We're proving that the only party that really matters is the one we're having tonight. And it's been brought to you by those who fought for the home of the brave, thousands of miles from theirs. Here's a salute to those who aren't looking for a hand, to standing at attention for those who deserve all of ours. Here's to a program that was born free and brought to you by the United States of motherfucking America.
Midnight riding in my old two-seater, rolling down the boulevard. Headlights shining on rusty fences as I pass the rail yard. Black leather jacket on a Friday night. Fire up the lighter and a lucky strike. Radio saying take a walk on the wild side. It has got me feeling like got me feeling like and go wide open, it's a pedal down kind of theme. A little bit of Motown smooth, a little Memphis blues, a sweet emotion that's raining all over me. Give me that heart, give me that soul, give me that heart, give me that soul. American rock and roll. I can see the banner on the courthouse flying, proud red, white, and blue. I can see her waving on the corner, smiling, 'cause it feels just like I do. Now she's sitting right next to me. Everything's how it ought to be. Being young in the land of the free. Yeah, she's got me feeling like she got me feeling like and go wide open, it's a pedal down kind of theme. A little bit of folk song blues, a little gangster smooth, a sweet emotion that's raining all over me. Give me that heart, give me that soul, A sweet emotion raining all over me. Give me that heart, give me that soul. American rock and roll. American rock and roll. American rock and rock and roll. Give me that heart, give me that soul. Give me your heart, give me your soul. Give me your soul, give me that heart, give me your soul. American rock and roll. I am your voice. My name is Come on and say yeah. Let's say fight, 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 fight. Woo-ah! Got you on the check. Love someone. Thank you so much. God bless you all. God bless President Trump, J.D. Vance. And of course, God bless these United States of America.
Please welcome to the stage Puerto Rican singer and rapper Anuel A.A. and American singer and songwriter Justin Quiles.
Let freedom ring. Let the white dove sing. Let the whole world know that today is the day of a reckoning. Let the weak be strong.
Good afternoon, DC. Good afternoon, world. First off, I want to thank President Trump for having us here. I speak on behalf of all the Spanish community. I'm so happy that everybody, the whole Spanish community, it wasn't that like we just spoke and they really voted for they didn't win for no. A lot of people went against us once we spoke for Trump on Trump's behalf. And I'm so happy now that they saw the results and that everybody ignored a lot of attacks that Trump was receiving. Everybody was trying to dirty his image, and all that was in vain. I want to thank my Spanish community. We stood tall, we stood together. Now we have the strongest president of all time taking care of us. I know this 4 years is going to be one hell of a run. I know he's going to do a lot of great things for the whole Spanish community. Especially, we're going to make America great again. I just want to make this super clear. Trump is the strongest president that we ever had. And I'm just happy we in good hands. There's nothing better than to have a strong president taking care of the strongest nation in the whole world.
Hello, America. Hello, Washington. So you're probably wondering what these two Puerto Rican artists are doing here. Well, it all started in Georgetown, Pennsylvania, during the president's campaign, where we show our support to the president and made sure our Latino community came through and showed lots of love to Mr. President Trump so we could get that W. I'm glad to be here just like everybody else up here. I always say I love President Trump because he's not a puppet, you know? I love that about him. And this was my first time voting for any president in the United States, so, you know. First-time voter, so I'm glad I gave that vote to Mr. Trump, and me and Anuel AA are here supporting. Que viva Puerto Rico, and let's make America great again!
Congratulations, President Trump.
Please welcome to the stage, recipient of the National Medal of Arts and Academy and Golden Globe winner, acting legend, Jon Voight.
Hi, everybody. What an honor it is for me to be up here in front of you great men and women who've all come here to celebrate the greatest win of all time. The greatest win of all time. The victory we were all fighting for to save our country, our democracy. And I'm so grateful that I'm able to say that Donald J. Trump is the 47th President of the United States of America. And now he will make America thrive again. He will make America great again, safe again. And we, the people, will honor our flag again. The red, white, and the blue, and for which it stands, one nation under God, with liberty and justice for all. Donald J. Trump fought hard to save this country, and now he will bring God back to our nation's truths. He will make her thrive again. He will save the greatest country, America the Beautiful. I'm proud to call the President of the United States my friend. Our friend. My hero. Our hero. A man who never gave up on the American people. And we, the people, never gave up on him. God bless Donald Trump. And may God watch over him, and may he be sworn into the White House with the blessings of the Almighty. God bless everybody. It's great to be with you. Much love. I love you.
Please welcome to the stage Senior Advisor to President Donald J. Trump, Stephen Miller.
In just one more day, just one more day, it's goodbye Joe Biden, goodbye Kamala Harris, goodbye Democrats, and hello to the golden age of America, and welcome back Donald J. Trump. It's been 4 long years. It's felt like 400 years. 4 years of weakness. 4 years of humiliation and embarrassment. 4 years of persecution. 4 years of inflation, poverty, incompetence. 4 years of betrayal. 4 years of wide open, undefended, unprotected open borders. But tomorrow at 12 p.m., that's all going to end. Because after 4 years of fighting, after 4 years of struggle, after 4 years of pain and, yes, suffering, after 4 years of trials, we are now at the dawn of our greatest victory. And each and every one of you shares in this victory. Your hopes, your dreams, your sweat, your sacrifice, your devotion, and those of millions of patriots around this country has delivered America to this moment where we can proudly say that the 47th President of the United States is Donald J. Trump. And the Vice President of the United States is J.D. Vance. America, ladies and gentlemen, is about to become strong again. It's about to become proud again. It's about to become free again. And it's about to be a country that is respected by every other nation around the world. They're not going to kick us around. They're not going to abuse us. They're not going to exploit us. Because they know if you mess with America, then you're going to have to deal with President Donald Trump. And Donald Trump will never apologize for this country. Donald Trump will never, ever, ever allow other countries to dictate to us, to tell us how to run our economy, to tell us how to police our borders. Because Donald Trump believes in 2 simple but powerful words, and those words are America first. Let me remind you of all that transpired to arrive us at this moment. The Democrat Party and the radical left did everything in their power to try to put President Trump in jail. They lied about him, they framed him, they smeared him, they defamed him. They indicted him, they tried to imprison him and to take away his freedom, to take away his family, to take away his business, to take away your voice, your future, to take away your hopes, your dreams, your government, your country. And Donald Trump nearly lost his life on a stage in Butler, Pennsylvania, and then again a few short weeks later. And no matter what they threw at him, no matter the danger, no matter the horrors, no matter the abuse, no matter the corruption, the persecution, no matter how much the broken system tried to stop that man, he would not be stopped. Because he has always been fighting for you.
He has always been fighting for all of us. And what is that going to look like come Monday afternoon? It's going to mean an executive order ending the border invasion, sending the illegals home, and taking America back. It's going to mean the eradication of the criminal cartels and the foreign gangs who are preying on our people. And it's going to mean justice for every American citizen who has lost a loved one to an illegal alien. It's going to mean justice for Laken Riley. It's going to mean justice for Jocelyn Nungary. It's going to mean justice for every precious soul stolen from us by Joe Biden's open border. Accountability is coming. Justice is coming. The whole federal bureaucracy is about to learn that they don't work for themselves, they work for you, they work for President Trump, and they work for the American people. We are about to get our country back and our democracy back. And we are about to have a government at every level that is fighting for you, your family, and your future, lowering the cost of living, lowering the cost of health care, defeating inflation, getting criminal thugs off our streets and behind bars so that our kids can live in safety. We're not going to walk over piles of needles to take our kids to the park. And we're not going to let the radical left indoctrinate our children into believing there's 435 genders. Because President Trump knows there are men and there are women. And it is not up to you whether you're a man or a woman. That's a decision that's made by God, and it can't be changed. So I ask all of you to embrace this moment for all it represents and everything it means. It's about the triumph of the everyday citizen over a corrupt and broken system. Over the last not just 4 but 8 years, the MAGA movement has been fighting against every single force that has been decaying, destroying, and decimating our society. It's been fighting the corrupt special interests, the corrupt foreign governments, the weaponized bureaucracy at the FBI and the DOJ and the intelligence community, and it's been fighting a political class that cares only for itself. And they were so sure they were going to beat us. They were so sure they were going to stop Donald Trump. They were so sure that they were going to crush this movement out of existence. And yet, here we stand today, and MAGA is stronger, more powerful, more united, and more determined than ever before. And Donald J. Trump is about to save this country. And we are about to live in a land where once again, the dreams of America's sons, the dreams of America's daughters, the dreams of America's moms and dads are the dreams that will power and propel this country, this government, and this future. So I want each and every one of you, and I want your families, and I want your children to take this opportunity to feel the pride and the joy and the exuberance in knowing that the American people won. We still control this country. We still control this future. We still control this government. And we are about to inaugurate as the 47th president our champion, Donald J. Trump. Thank you. God bless you, and God bless America.
Please welcome to the stage journalist, political commentator, media personality, and host of The Megyn Kelly Show, Megyn Kelly.
To get in here today. As Stephen Miller said, we have 20 hours until our long national nightmare is over. We're almost there. By the way, Stephen Miller, if you like what Trump did at the border, You have that guy to thank in large part. That's the guy. He's the magic behind the man. And he's back, thank God. Him and Tom Homan together. Oh. The goodness, Scott Pressler, good to see you. The goodness that is about to rain down on us after Trump is inaugurated tomorrow is already starting, and I've got to tell you, I am so pumped up about it. Things are already happening in anticipation of Trump being sworn in, like Facebook and McDonald's getting rid of their DEI programs. Good for you, McDonald's workers. Looking at you, Kamala Harris. Really? No, not really. Wasn't true. You've got universities from University of Michigan to North Carolina to all the public universities in Iowa, all the public universities in Texas getting rid of DEI. You have got, yes, you've got a bill that passed the House this week, the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act. Yes. Now, it passed once before, but this time we control the Senate. We have a much better shot. Still have to get 60 votes to get a vote. We're looking good. You've got a judge who struck down Joe Biden's disgusting changes to Title IX, which has been stopped in its tracks, and it will be killed entirely, those changes, as soon as Trump gets in there. Have no doubt whatsoever. Good things are happening all around the country. Pete Hegseth was testifying this week that military recruiting is already going up in anticipation of their new commander-in-chief. The deal in Gaza, right before Trump takes office, as he said, if it's not done by the time I get there, all hell is going to break loose. The goodness just keeps on. I woke up this morning, I was 2 inches taller, a pound thinner, and I had skin like Jennifer Lopez. That last one's not true. Okay, speaking of J-Lo, how happy are you that her candidate lost? So delightful. These Hollywood celebrities who get up there and try to tell us how to vote, really? I mean, like those celebrities who know nothing about anything. All J-Lo knows about what to do is to ruin marriages. She's an expert at that. Why does she have to try to ruin the country too? So goodbye, J-Lo. Didn't work out for you. Goodbye, Meryl Streep, who showed up at that Oprah event saying, "Oh, Madam President," to Kamala Harris. Madam President. How'd that work out? About as well as her comment that Harvey Weinstein was God. And maybe we should stop listening to her. Maybe we shouldn't be going to her for our political advice. And then you had Oprah herself. Oprah, she'll interview you if you pay her $1 million too. Yeah, it's a low fee of $1 million to sit down with Oprah Winfrey, apparently. That's what the Harris campaign paid her production company, she says. And for that, you know what you get? You get Oprah yelling at you. Kamala Harris! Why are you doing that? Calm down, madam. Didn't work out for her either. But of course, the fakest person involved on that side of the aisle was the woman at the top, Kamala Harris herself. Thank you. Who pretended that she wasn't the border czar, who pretended that she was middle class, who pretended that she was smart. And the American people did not buy it. Every time you turned around, this woman was doing something faker than the last, right? Her fake Jamaican accent, her fake Eastern European accent, her fake Spanish accent. It was like spending a day at Joe Biden's southern border. Nonstop, right? We gonna win. It's not how it went, right? But my favorite was the preacher accent. Joy Cliff in the morning. She wasn't wrong about that. It came at about 1:22 a.m. on election night when the election was called for Donald J. Trump. I felt it. I've been thinking so much about Trump, especially today and this week. I know you have too. Praying for him, praying for his family, thankful to them. I mean, think about it. I interviewed Trump about a year plus ago and asked him, why are you doing this? You could be in Scotland, you could be at your golf courses. It's because he loves the country. And he wasn't done yet. And we're not done with him. So God bless him and the family for making this sacrifice and doing public service. Same with J.D. Vance and the cabinet members, all of whom need our prayers and support. But I'm also thinking of all of you. I'm thinking about you. I'm thinking about Americans who got us here. Because the things that Trump is accomplishing already, some of the things I mentioned in anticipation of him taking office, that ball got rolling, yes, with Trump, but also with regular American people who stood up here, there, and everywhere to make a difference in their own communities. I'm thinking about people like Jody Shaw. You probably don't know that name. But Jody Shaw was an administrative worker at Smith College. She didn't make a lot of money, single mom, 2 kids. And in late 2020, early 2021, she had it with the DEI nonsense at Smith. So she made a Facebook video and she posted it. And little Jody Smith, who is sweet and quiet and not one to shake the tree, said, I don't want to be forced to talk about my race at work anymore. I don't want to be told that I have implicit bias because I'm white. I don't want to have to enforce segregated dorms. Please stop making me do this. And Smith unleashed holy hell on her. Smith, this super tolerant college, okay, made it, she alleged later, untenable for her to stay. She got forced out of her job. And I'm honestly not sure whether Jody's fully recovered. So she hurt, and she got hurt for all of you and for us and for the rest who are at Smith. She's a hero. Jody Smith is a genuine hero for doing this. But it wasn't just Jody. I mean, I'm thinking about people like Andrew Gutman, who had a daughter at a posh school on the Upper East Side of Manhattan and pulled her, but he didn't go quietly. He wrote a scathing letter, ripping them to shreds for what they're doing to us with this race essentialism nonsense. He went out with a bang, and he made sure other parents knew what the problem was. Jason Riley of the Wall Street Journal, you may see him on Fox News sometimes, and his wife Naomi Schaefer Riley, who pulled their mixed-race daughters from a school in Rye, New York, and made a point of doing it because that school thought that their mixed-race daughters were desperate to talk about their blackness all the time, and they found out the hard way those kids really just wanted to learn math. These battles are being won piece by piece, one at a time. And there are so many others. I'm thinking about the 14-year-old girls in Wisconsin who had an 18-year-old guy come in there naked into their showers after gym. I'm thinking about the young woman in Massachusetts who just wanted to play field hockey and suddenly got all of her teeth knocked out because a boy played for the other team posing as a girl. How do we know about these stories? Because people were outraged. Citizens went to the news. They went to their principals. Girls spoke out one by one and got the ball rolling on change. And change is coming. All of you wearing the MAGA hats. It used to be an act of civil disobedience, right? Yes, sir, defiance of a registered order that didn't want to hear from you. But wearing that hat for much of the past 8 years has been an act of courage, too. And I know just because you're here, that you had your moments in your own communities, whether it was online or at the bowling alley or at the restaurant or at school, where you stood up for one of these same issues, where you had to tell somebody you didn't want to be reduced to skin color, where you said, I prefer the days when we didn't make a thing out of that, where you had to tell somebody that boys cannot become girls and girls cannot become boys. Those battles, one after the other, have been fought, and this anti-DEI momentum has been built brick by brick, thanks to all of you. And you who listened to Donald Trump, who, when a reporter asked him at a presidential debate in 2015 about some of the language he used, responded by saying, what I say is what I say. And if you don't like it, too bad. That was more than just a quick comeback. That was a reminder of what America is. In America, we have the right of free speech. We have the right to offend, to provoke, to annoy, and to stand up for what we believe in, even if you find it controversial. We have the right not to use the words you try to force on us, like your preferred pronouns or words like anti-racist or chest feeding. We are reminded of that daily by President Trump, who would never bow to the woke mob. Just ask Brett Kavanaugh, who will be swearing in J.D. Vance tomorrow as he, Kavanaugh, sits in his robes as an Associate Justice of the U.S. Supreme Court. So I thank all of you for being part of the Trump movement and for bringing these changes upon us and for bringing Donald Trump back into the office. And a reminder before I go, stay strong. We haven't won the war. We're winning. We've won a bunch of battles, but he's going to need all of you every step of the way. We're going to have to be patient. We're going to have to steel our spines. Do not bend. Never bow. What I say is what I say. God bless you. God bless President Trump. God bless the United States of America.
Please welcome to the stage, founder of the Witkoff Group and the next special envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff.
Glory, glory,
Good evening, everybody. Just a few things I want to say before I get to speak about my dear friend, the 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. I just received on my phone pictures of the first 3 hostages who were released. We had a great team, but it doesn't happen without Donald J. Trump. The president was responsible for this release, and we all owe him a debt of gratitude, as do all the families. Mr. President, distinguished guests, and my fellow Americans, today we celebrate not just the inauguration of President Donald J. Trump, but the enduring values of American strength and leadership and the vision that he represents. Over the years, I have had the privilege of witnessing firsthand the qualities that define President Trump, not just as a leader, but as a man. His determination to protect the interests of the American people, his bold approach to solving problems, and his relentless pursuit of progress have defined his presidency and inspired millions across the globe. President Trump has always understood that leadership is not about following trends, but about charting a new course. In the face of immense challenges, he has consistently stood firm, driven by a deep belief in the potential of America and its people. Today, his leadership extends beyond our borders, influencing the world in ways that reflect the best of our ideals. Nowhere is this more evident than in the Middle East. Under President Trump's guidance, the Abraham Accords have transformed a region long defined by conflict. Thank you. These historic agreements have brought together nations that once stood divided, fostering cooperation, trade, and understanding. The Accords are a testament to the President's belief that peace is achievable when we approach challenges with strength, clarity, and a shared vision for the future. As the Special Envoy to the Middle East, it is my honor to carry forward this mission on behalf of the President. Thank you. The work we do in this region is not just about diplomacy. It is about creating a legacy of hope, stability, and opportunity. The Middle East is home to extraordinary potential, and through President Trump's leadership, we are unlocking that potential in ways that benefit the region and the entire world. President Trump's achievements are not just a reflection of his policies, but of his core principles. He has always stood for religious freedom, human dignity, and the belief that every individual deserves the chance to succeed. His efforts have strengthened alliances, encouraged economic growth, and ensured that America remains a trusted partner on the global stage. Mr. President, your vision for the Middle East is a reminder that true leadership is about results. You have shown that even in the face of skepticism, progress is possible when we approach challenges with boldness and resolve. The Abraham Accords are not just agreements. They are a blueprint for a future where peace is not the exception, but is the expectation. As we look ahead, the challenges remain significant, but so do the opportunities. Under your leadership, Mr. President, we will continue to expand the circle of peace, strengthen partnerships, and promote prosperity across the world. This is a cause worthy of our efforts, and I am deeply honored to play a role in advancing your vision. I am reminded of the words of Abraham Lincoln, who said, "I am a firm believer in the people. If given the truth, they can be depended upon to meet any national crisis. The great point is to bring them the real facts." Mr. President, you have always trusted the American people with the truth, even when it has been difficult. And you have reminded us all that through honesty, strength, and determination, no challenge is too great. Today we begin a chapter under your leadership. It is a chapter defined by hope and unity and the belief that America's best days are still ahead. Together we will continue to build on the foundations you have laid, ensuring that your vision for a stronger, safer, and more prosperous world becomes a reality. May God bless you, Mr. President. May God bless the United States of America, and may He guide us all in the pursuit of peace and progress. Thank you. Thank you.
American businessman who is CEO and president of UFC, Dana White.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am honored to be here to celebrate President Trump's historic victory. He didn't just win this election, he won it in dominant fashion, with record numbers of Americans from all walks of life. Not only did he win the Electoral College by 86 points, but President Trump was the first Republican candidate in 20 years to win the popular vote. He also made major gains among traditionally Democrat voters by increasing his support with Latin, Asian American, Black, and young voters. So what does that tell us? Democracy is alive and well in this country. And the people have spoke loud and clear. America wants President Trump back in the White House. Think about this. Winning this election after everything happened over the last few years is an amazing achievement and an incredible comeback story. Think of all the things President Trump had to go through to get back here. All the powerful forces that tried to take him down. The mainstream media, partisan prosecutors, assassins. It's absolutely insane what this man has been through. And only President Trump could have fought through all those obstacles, all the attacks, and still come out the winner. But you know what? That's just what he is. This guy is a winner. And I say this all the time. He is the toughest, most resilient person that I've ever met, and nothing was going to stop him from fighting so hard for the country he loves. He embodies what being an American is all about. We are the toughest, most resilient people on earth. And nothing can stop us when we unite. To all those Americans who didn't vote for President Trump, And all they know about him is what they hear from the mainstream media. I just want to let you know, he has been an incredibly loyal friend to me for over 2 decades. And not once has he ever asked me for anything in return. And he's proven again and again how tough he is, but he's also a man who truly cares about people. Everything great that has ever happened to me in my career, he's been the first one to reach out and congratulate me. And more importantly, in the hard times, he's been the first one to reach out and let me know if there's anything I need. And all this during a time when he had a laundry list of his own problems he was dealing with. He is the best human being that I have ever known. So America, it's time for us all to put our differences aside, and we can't do that if we continue to focus on all the issues that divide us instead of all the issues that unite us. The fate of this country is tied to the fate of the president. So if you love America, you should want America's president to be successful. If he strengthens our economy, resolves conflict around the world, and makes our streets safe again, we all win. When America's president is respected around the world, we all win. When America succeeds, we all win. Now it's time for us to come together as one nation, the United States. This moment will be a turning point in our history and a triumph for all Americans. Tomorrow, when Donald J. Trump is sworn in as the 47th President of the United States, the great comeback story begins and our country starts winning again. Thank you, America!
Please welcome to the stage members of the First Family, Don Jr., Eric, and Laura Trump.
We love you too.
We love you, America. We love you, Washington, D.C.
So we have two little monsters here that want to do something very special. They want to do the Pledge of Allegiance, which they do every single night. You guys want to take it away?
Yeah. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, and indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
That's real America, ladies and gentlemen. That's America. That's what we love about this country. And guys, we as a family love you so much. This is the greatest political movement ever created. And you know what, guys? They tried to stop him. They tried to indict him. They tried to take him down. They raided his home. They went after his children. They tried to bankrupt him. They tried to imprison him. They did everything they could to stop this movement, and they failed. And here we are in Washington, D.C. on this beautiful day, and Donald J. Trump is about to take back the White House. And guys, our country is back. Our country will be respected again. We as Americans will be proud again. America will be feared again. We are going to have the greatest nation on earth. The nonsense ends. The bullshit ends right now. We love you. We love you. We love you. Thank you for having me be such a big part of this journey. I'll truly never, ever forget it. Thank you, guys. We love you.
Ladies and gentlemen, less than 24 hours from now, we will call Donald Trump President of the United States of America. It's not just what we worked for over the past year or even over the past 4 years. It started the second a bold, brash businessman from New York City came down the golden escalator in Trump Tower 9.5 years ago, and people said it was impossible. And yet that man is the one who will save not just our country, but will save the entire world. And so I just want to quickly say thank you. Thank you guys for continuing, despite all you heard out there, to believe in Donald Trump, to stand by our family throughout this fight. Thank you for trusting me to be your co-chair of the Republican National Committee. I hope I did you proud. I made promises all over this country when I went and spoke, and I said, you're not going to cheat in this election. And they got upset when I said something around the lines of, if you are a person who wants to cheat in our election, we will find you, we will track you down, and we will prosecute you to the full extent of the law. So I said it louder next time. And this was a free, fair, and transparent election. And if there's one thing I am proud of, it's that we restored the American people's faith in our electoral system this election in 2024. We didn't do it alone. I see someone directly in front of me, Scott Pressler, who helped on that front as well.
We love you, Scott.
But thank you, guys. This has been the honor of all of our lifetimes, to be here and fight alongside of all of you to save this country. The dawn of the golden era of America is tomorrow, right here, starting in Washington, D.C. God bless you guys. We love you. And we are almost there, folks. Thank you, guys.
Hello, America! I have to ask, has anyone ever been this excited for Monday morning to roll around? It's like Christmas
Easter, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, my birthday, all wrapped up into one special day where we can take back our country once and for all. But guys, we could not have done this without all of you. Those who stood steadfast and loyal, who wanted to fight for that next generation, to fight for the incredible aspects of this country that have been squandered, that have been crapped on, that have gone by the wayside. No more. That ends tomorrow at noon. Now, perhaps unfortunately, it took the last 4 years of hell that they put my father through, that they put our family through, that they put all of you through, for us to fully understand just how fragile everything we believe in is. But I truly believe the opportunity we have now to start anew, not to keep the old administration from 16 to 20, the bad actors and the can kickers and those who are just trying to wait it out till we get back to normal. But now, with the knowledge of that 4 years, in conjunction with the knowledge of the last 4 years, we can truly make a difference forever. When you look at this cabinet, when you look at the fighters, you see people who truly all believe in the America First movement, and that's what this is about. Putting America first, putting our families first, putting the Constitution first, and putting our children first. So with that, I have to introduce a young lady, my oldest daughter, Kai. Pretty good, Kai, I don't know. With that kind of applause in the Trump family, it creates some problems. But she was with me. She was with me when we found out about my father, her grandfather, and best golfing buddy was shot. And she called me the next morning and said, "Dad, I must speak at the RNC this week. I don't care." And I said to her, "Are you sure you want, your first speech ever, you wanted to be in front of 50,000 people and tens of millions on TV?" And she goes, "I don't care." So I called my dad. I said, "Listen, she wants to do this." And he goes, "Whoa, that's a big one." And he just said, "You know what? That kid is an absolute winner. Let her do it." And that, again, is the fight that we all need in our country. That's what we want for all of our children. So with that, my daughter, Kai.
Hi, everyone. Thank you all for the support for the past decade, and we're looking forward to the next 4 years, and God bless America. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. You are the best. No one will fight harder than my father for all of you. There is no more resilient man in the world than Donald Trump. Every time they tried to take him out, every time they said he was finished and we're moving on, he came back bigger, better, stronger than ever before. And this next 4 years, with this incredible team that we've assembled, is going to be the pièce de résistance. This is going to be it. We're going to win for all of you. So thank you, and God bless.
You're fine, so kind. I'm gonna tell this world that you're mine. I took my nails and I put on my thumb. I'm real nervous, but it sure is fun. Come on, baby, it drives me crazy. The goodness is greatest is whipping balls of fire.
like a lover should. You're fine, so kind. I got to tell this world that you're mine. I treat my nails on the flip of my thumb. I'm real nervous because the show is fun. Come on, baby, drive me crazy. Goodness gracious, balls of fire.
King Kong banging on your chest. You could beat the world, you could beat the war. You can talk to God, go banging on his door. You can throw your hands up, you can beat the clock. Yeah. You can move a mountain, you can break rocks. You could be a master, don't wait for luck. Dedicate yourself and you go find yourself. Standing in the Hall of Fame. Yeah. And the world's gonna know your name. Yeah. 'Cause you burn with the cross flame. Yeah. And the world's gonna know your name. Yeah. And you'll be on the walls of the Hall of Fame. You can go the distance, you can run the mile. You can walk straight through hell with a smile. You could be the hero, you could get the gold. Breaking all the records they thought never could be broke. Yeah, do it for your people, do it for your pride. And you're never gonna know if you never even try. Do it for your country, do it for your name. 'Cause there's gonna be a day when you're standing in the Hall of Fame. Yeah. And the world's gonna know your name. Yeah. 'Cause you burn with the cross flame. Yeah. And the world's gonna know your name. Yeah. And you'll be on the walls of the Hall of Fame. Be a champion. Be a champion. Be a champion. Be a champion. The walls of the Hall of Fame. Be students, be teachers, be politicians, be preachers. Yeah. Be believers, be leaders, be astronauts, be champions, be truth seekers. Be students, be teachers, be politicians, be preachers, yeah. Be believers, be leaders, be astronauts, be champions. Standing in the Hall of Fame. Yeah. Yeah. And the world's gonna know your name. Yeah. 'Cause you burn with the cross flame. Yeah. And the world's gonna know your name. Yeah. You'll be on the walls of the Hall of Fame. You can be the greatest, you can be the best. You can be the King Kong hanging on your chest. You can be a girl, you
music starts. That's what we want.
We're caught in a trap. I can't walk out because I love you too much, baby. Why can't you see what you're doing to me when you don't believe a word I say? We can't go on together with suspicion.
If tomorrow all the things were gone, I'd worked for all my life, and I had to start again, just my children and my wife. Thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause the flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. To be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Ladies and gentlemen, President Donald J. Trump.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA. There's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Ladies and gentlemen, the 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. We won. We won. Thank you very much, everybody. What a good feeling. We like winning, don't we, huh? We're going to make our country greater than ever before. Hello, Washington, and hello, America. We're all over America. I'm thrilled to be back with so many friends, supporters, and true American patriots on the eve of taking back our country. That's what we're going to do, take back our country. Tomorrow at noon, the curtain closes on 4 long years of American decline, and we begin a brand new day of American strength and prosperity, dignity and pride. Bringing it all back. Once and for all, we're going to end the reign of a failed and corrupt political establishment in Washington, a failed administration. We're not going to take it anymore. We're going to stop the invasion of our borders. We're going to reclaim our wealth. We're going to unlock the liquid gold that's right under our feet, liquid gold. We're going to bring back law and order to our cities. We're going to restore patriotism to our schools, get radical left, woke ideologies the hell out of our military and out of our government. And we are going to make America great again. I want to thank the tens of thousands of incredible men and women who have come from all over the nation to take part in this very special moment. And I just heard in watching some of the coverage that there are rallies like this taking place all over the country. People are happy. People are happy. It's been a long time. None of this would have been possible without you and the millions of hardworking citizens who have joined our cause. You know, right over there, just noticed a group of beautiful ladies, beautiful women from North Carolina, right here too. I don't know how the hell they've been to 167 rallies. You believe it? You think their husbands are happy about that? I don't know. But they look beautiful. They're incredible people, and they love our country. Thank you very much. And up here I see we have front row Joes all over the place. Uncle Sam, Mr. Wall. Oh boy, oh boy. But we've been through so much together, and for the next 4 years I will fight for you every single day. We're going to be fighting for you. This is the greatest political movement in American history. And 75 days ago, we achieved the most epic political victory our country has ever seen. That's what they say. We won the popular vote for the first time of any Republican in many, many years. We swept all 7 swing states by big numbers. We won Pennsylvania, we won Georgia, we won North Carolina, we won Michigan, we won Wisconsin, we won Arizona, we won Nevada. We won them all by historic margins, and we won the great state of Florida by 13 points. Nobody's done that ever. And a record that will never be broken. All 50 states shifted toward the Republican Party, the first time that that's ever happened. All 50 states. We won the largest number of African-American voters in Republican Party history. We won more Hispanic American votes than any Republican has ever gotten before by a lot. And we won Latino men and women, and on top of that, youth, men, women, urban, suburban, rural, and people from everywhere in between are joining us in record numbers. We've never had anything like this. Too big to rig, that's what I used to say. Too big to rig. We made it too big. Oh, and they tried. They tried. It was too big. Around 9:02, they just said, let's get the hell out of here. This isn't working. They were swamped, to put it nicely. We also took back the U.S. Senate. We had some great people running. And the House Republicans won their largest popular vote majority in presidential years since 1928. We had a lot of people voting. So the Senate, the House Republicans, we got all three of them. A little bit close on those two. Senate's in great shape. House Republicans, actually, they both have great leaders. They both have great people. Heading John Thune is fantastic. And if you look at Mike Johnson, he's got a pretty tight majority, but actually it's very tight, but it's very good because we vote unified. We're really voting unified, and so it doesn't make much difference. In the election of 2024, which will be the most consequential election in American history, we not only won a mandate, but we built a new American majority that will lead our country to unparalleled success for generations to come. That's what we want to do. And someday in 30 years from now, 40 years from now, 50 years from now, some of these young people are going to say, I remember Donald Trump, he did a good job. He set us on his way. He told us, he gave us a path. Our new administration will inherit disasters at home and abroad, an economy plagued by inflation and high interest rates, a catastrophic border crisis. Nobody can believe they let people in. They have an open border policy. Do you think that makes sense? Open borders. Anybody wants to. Jails, prisons, mental institutions, gangs being emptied right through that ugly open border. A government that cannot care for its citizens in a time of emergency. Look at what's happening in Los Angeles. Look at what's happening in North Carolina. They've treated them so badly. In a planet on the brink of World War III. It's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. But starting tomorrow, I will act with historic speed and strength and fix every single crisis facing our country. We have to do it. We're not going to have a country left. Before even taking office, you are already seeing results that nobody expected to see. Everyone is calling it I don't want to say this, it's too braggadocious, but we'll say it anyway. The Trump effect. It's you're the effect. Since the election, the stock market has surged and small business optimism has soared a record 41 points to a 39-year high. Bitcoin has shattered one record high after another. The major investment company known as DMAC, the properties, has announced that it will be investing between $20 and $40 billion in the United States, and SoftBank, another great company, has pledged between $100 and $200 billion. These are all investments that are only being made because of the fact that we won the election. Going to create jobs for hundreds of thousands, even millions of Americans. Today I spoke with Tim Cook of Apple. He said they're going to make a massive investment in the United States because of our big election win. And as of today, Tik Tok is back. So, you know, I did a little Tik Tok thing. We have a guy, Tik Tok Jack. He's a young kid, like 21 years old. And we hired this guy, and I went on TikTok. Can you believe what I'll do to win an election? And we went on TikTok, and Republicans have never won the young vote, the youth vote. They win a lot of votes, but they never won the youth vote. We won the youth vote by 36 points. So I like TikTok. I like it. I like it. I had a slightly good experience, wouldn't you say? Romney lost it by 40 points. Not so long ago, we won it by 36 points. That's a very big spread. But I said we need to save TikTok because we're talking about a tremendous... Who in this audience goes with TikTok? Many? Yeah, very popular. And frankly, we have no choice. We have to save it. A lot of jobs. We don't want to give our business to China. We don't want to give our business to other people. And I said, you know, TikTok without my approval, meaning the president's approval, because Congress gave the president the right to make a deal, do whatever he wants. And they did that a long time ago when they had a different president. They didn't know that I was going to be the president, I guess. So I said, very simply, a joint venture. So if TikTok is worth nothing, zero, without an approval. You know, if you don't approve, they're out of business, they're worth nothing. If you do approve, they're worth like $1 trillion. They're worth some crazy number. So I said, I'll approve, but let the United States of America own 50% of TikTok. I'm approving on behalf of the United States. So they'll have a partner, the United States, and they'll have a lot of bidders, and the United States will do what we call a joint venture. And there's no risk. We're not putting up any money. All we're doing is giving them the approval, without which they don't have anything. So I don't know. It sounds like that works. What do you think? Good? I think so. So whether you like TikTok or not, we're going to make a lot of money. Perhaps most beautiful of all, this week we achieved an epic ceasefire agreement as a first step toward lasting peace in the Middle East. And this agreement could only have happened as a result of our historic victory in November. That was some victory. Was that greatest? I don't even know which was greater, 2016 or this one. I think this one. Look, Honest Abe Lincoln. We have Honest Abe. We have Uncle Sam. You know, Uncle Sam shook my hand about 2 months ago. He's got the strongest grip I've ever. You are a strong man. I said, what the hell was that? But I'm glad to report that the first hostages have just been released. And who knows what's going to happen? I know that Biden is saying that they made the deal. Well, you know. I mean, that deal should have, first of all, it would have never happened if I were president. Would have never happened. There was not even a thought of it. Iran was broke. They had no money for Hezbollah. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money. They were broke, totally broke, and they would have never done anything. But they did it, you know. I like to think back to the past. I said, if only the election weren't rigged, all the things that would have happened, that would have been so good. But it was. We're not going to let that happen again. I want to thank my friend Steve Witkoff, who I think is here. I know he made a beautiful speech. I heard he made a great speech. But he's an amazing guy. I said, I got to get myself a negotiator. We have to get a good negotiator. A lot of guys are knowledgeable, but they can't negotiate. They don't have the personality or whatever. And Steve does, and Steve's a great negotiator, very successful guy. But he's our new special envoy to the Middle East for helping reach this great breakthrough, and really couldn't have been done without Steve. Where is Steve Witkoff? Is he around here someplace? Because he was so great. There he is. Hello, Steve. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Steve. What a job. Our incoming administration has achieved all of this in the Middle East in less than 3 months without being president. We've achieved more without being president than they've achieved in 4 years with being president. But just imagine all of the good things that we will accomplish together with 4 more years in the White House, and we're going to do a lot of things. You're going to see something tomorrow. You're going to see executive orders that are going to make you extremely happy. Lots of them. Lots of them. We have to set our country on the proper course. By the time the sun sets tomorrow evening, the invasion of our borders will have come to a halt, and all the illegal border trespassers will in some form or another be on their way back home. Think of it. We've allowed millions and millions of people into our country through open borders, no checks, no vetting, no anything. Millions and millions of people. And lots of those people are murderers. 52% of them killed more than one person. Other than that, they're quite fine. They're nice people. These are rough people. Remember, I used to say these people are rough. And they would say, no, no, these are illegal immigrants. They're very safe. I said, they're not safe. Look at what's happened with Venezuela, where they're sending these gangs in and they're taking over apartment complexes in Colorado and then cutting off the fingers of a man who had the nerve and desire to call the police. He said, you want to call the police? Bah, guess what? You have no fingers. These are rough people, and they're getting the hell out of our country. They're out. The border security measures I will outline in my inaugural address tomorrow will be the most aggressive, sweeping effort to restore our borders the world has ever seen. You know, we had the best, safest border in the history of our country. You remember that with the great chart that I put up. I don't even know if they have that chart now. Maybe they do. These guys are good. Maybe they do. Who the? I don't know. I didn't tell them I was going to do this. I didn't tell, but we have some very good people, but I didn't say. But we had a chart, and I looked to my right, and then they said, ooh, that hurt. What the hell was that? I still have that throbbing feeling in my ear. Oh, there it is. Look at it. These people are amazing. I didn't tell them I was doing that. That's fantastic. Yeah, it's all over the place. I love that. That is the most beautiful piece of paper I've ever seen in my life. But if you look at that chart and you look at the red arrow on the bottom, that's the single lowest we ever had in history, at least recorded history, of illegals pouring into our country. We had done a great job, and then they took over, and look what happened. It's like an Elon Musk rocket ship going up. That reminds me of Elon, his rocket ships. Look at that. Look at the difference. And it just continued and continued, and we're taking in people that shouldn't be here. They come in from prisons, from jails. They shouldn't be here. Mental institutions. I used to mention, and the press would always excoriate me, I'd say the late, great Hannibal Lecter came into our country today. Silence of the Lamb. Anybody see that movie? Lovely movie. And when people went to the voter booth, they said, we don't want Hannibal Lecter in our country. The press would say, why is he bringing up Hannibal Lecter? That was a fictitious character. Actually, they're not so fictitious. We have people in our country that are probably worse that we allowed in. But we will quickly reestablish control of our sovereign territory and borders. We will expel every single illegal alien, gang member, and migrant criminal operating on American soil, and remove the savage gang Tren de Aragua from the United States. Here's a little video for you to see about this gang. Go ahead.
Open borders, deadly consequences.
Border crisis. Record high crossings are putting a strain on cities across America. It is a full-blown invasion.
Armed Venezuelan gang members storming an apartment complex in Aurora, Colorado.
When people talk about lack of crime, this is what they're talking about.
San Antonio, Texas, just one of the latest cities to have apartment complexes taken over by members of the Venezuelan gang.
Biden and Harris had created a program to bring them in under humanitarian parole.
I am in favor of saying that we're not going to treat people who are undocumented across the border as criminals.
More than 13,000 illegal immigrants convicted of murder have been released into the United States.
My 20-year-old daughter, Kayla Hamilton, was murdered in her own room. Kayla's murderer was apprehended by Border Patrol crossing illegally into the U.S.
Kayla's murderer had been improperly released into the United States.
Abolish ICE. Yeah, we need to probably think about starting from scratch.
More than a dozen people suspected of being Tren de Aragua gang members right here in San Antonio.
The gang members had been terrorizing the apartment complex.
New details in the murder of Laken Riley. The illegal
illegal immigrant suspect, who cops say committed the heinous murder, is a Venezuelan national.
And was paroled and released into the country by the Biden administration.
If they'd all been properly vetted, that probably wouldn't have happened.
2 men investigators say are in the country illegally from Venezuela are charged with capital murder and the death of Jocelyn Nungaray.
Martinez and Angel wrapped his arms around Jocelyn's neck, took off her pants, and climbed on top of her. Later strangled Jocelyn to death and then tied up her hands and feet.
Court documents suggest a group of men arrested for beating and robbing a Dallas woman last month are members of a Venezuelan street gang.
The men threatened to cut off her fingers if she did not cooperate. Manuel Hernandez was booked by Colleyville police just 2 days earlier and released the day before the robbery.
A Peruvian gang leader who is wanted for 23 murders, who was arrested by Border Patrol near Roma, Texas, then released into America.
That's what we allowed in, and they're nice people compared to some of them. They're nicer than others. These are really vicious people, gang members, and many, many people from prisons. And crime all over the world is down. You know why? Because they got their criminals into the United States of America. You look at Venezuela, they've emptied their prisons into our country. Many other places the same. I would have done the same if I headed up any of the countries. I know most of those guys are smart. They're leaders. They are smart, streetwise people. As soon as I heard they were going to have open borders, I said, if you do that, every prison all over the world is going to be emptied out into our country. They come in from the Congo. The Congo's big on emptying their prisons. The only thing good about it is they make our criminals look like really nice people. These people are vicious people all over the world, not just South America, all over the world they come. From mental institutions and from jails and prisons. With our actions tomorrow, my administration will deliver justice for every family whose loved one has been stolen from them by migrant crime, including Laken Riley, Rachel Morin, Jocelyn Nungaray, Kayla Hamilton, and every other precious American soul that we have lost to these animals. Their memories will live in the hearts forever, in our hearts forever, and we will never, ever forget them. And their contribution, I told their mothers who were devastated, their parents, their fathers, they're devastated. They'll never be the same. They'll never be the same. But I said, your daughter has made a major contribution. Your son has made a major contribution. There are hundreds and even thousands of victims of this horrible atrocity. And you add those numbers to the numbers of crime that we're already going through the roof, and it's something that you wouldn't even believe. Do you remember I did the debate, and I had David Muir from ABC saying, no, crime has gone down. I said, no, it's gone through the roof. Crime has gone through the roof, David. No, crime has gone down. I said, it's gone through the roof. And then he goes, I disagree with that. The next day they announced that crime was up like 40%. This guy is, the whole thing is it's so bad. You can't even imagine how anybody could be for these things of, think of it, open borders, prisons and mental institutions, men playing in women's sports, transgender for everyone. Transgender. And very soon we'll begin the largest deportation operation in American history, large and even larger than President Dwight Eisenhower, who has the record right now. And we're going to end the Biden war on American energy and unleash our energy resources to quickly defeat inflation and achieve the lowest cost of energy and electricity on Earth. And we're going to be using our emergency powers to allow countries and entrepreneurs and people with a lot of money build big plants, AI plants. We need double the energy that we already have, and it's going to end up being more than that. And we're going to slash the regulations, environmental regulations that are really put in there in order to stop progress in this country. We're going to also slash something else, the waste in our bloated federal bureaucracy. We will create the new Department of Government Efficiency, headed by a gentleman named Elon Musk, who's here someplace. I don't know where the hell he is. He's here someplace. Come here, Elon. Did you see his rocket yesterday? It was captured. And X is with him. X. Come on, Elon, say a couple of words.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry, little X just followed me on the stage here. He's a very enthusiastic supporter, as you can see. Woo! Yeah. So we're looking forward to making a lot of changes, and you know this victory is the start, really. What matters going forward is to actually make significant changes, cement those changes, and set the foundation for America to be strong for a century, for centuries, forever. So. And make America great again. Yeah. So, yeah. So anyway, we're gonna do great things here. Thank you.
Thank you, Elon. You know, I always say we have to be protective of our geniuses because we don't have too many, but that one is a good one. Now, I watched his rocket come down about 3 months ago, and I thought it was crashing. I was talking to somebody on the phone. By the way, same thing happened yesterday. It came down, and it was captured so beautifully. It came down, it's tumbling, it's a mess, it's going down. I say, oh, look at that thing, that's a disaster. And then it gets like a couple of miles away from Earth, and all of a sudden the engines start going on, the things start, and then I see it coming in and landing in the gantry, and I'm watching it and I'm saying, oh, it's going to crash. Oh, but those engines came out and they blew the fire all over the place. And all of a sudden those two big arms came and hugged it like you would hug your little baby. And that sucker landed it. Nobody's been able to do that but him. And he's a great guy. And we have him and Vivek and some great people working on a thing called costs. And he's got the credibility to do it, too. And we're going to do things that are really amazing. But he went out to Pennsylvania after that. He landed that rocket nobody had ever seen. By the way, China can't do it. Russia can't do it or come close. It'll be 10 years before they can do it. And the U.S. can't do it except for him. And it's pretty amazing. But he did that, and then he journeyed to Pennsylvania, where he spent like a month and a half campaigning for me in Pennsylvania. And he's a popular guy, and he was very effective. And he knows those computers better than anybody, all those computers, those vote-counting computers. And we ended up winning Pennsylvania like in a landslide, so it was pretty good. It was pretty good. So thank you to Elon. And his son's name, who's cute as a button, his son's name is X. He's the only guy who could get away with the name X. But his son is a great guy. One thing we know, his son is smart. If you believe in the racehorse theory, he's got a nice, smart son. But thank you very much to Elon and everybody. We've had so much help. Every radical and foolish executive order of the Biden administration will be repealed within hours of when I take the oath of office. Oh, you're going to have a lot of fun watching television tomorrow. Somebody said yesterday, sir, don't sign so many in one day. Let's do it over a period of weeks. I said, like hell, we're going to do it over weeks. We're going to sign them at the beginning. You know that old story. Let's do it later, then it never gets done. No, we're doing them tomorrow. And we'll have plenty to sign in the future. Don't worry about it. It's not going to stop. But we're going to stop the destructive and divisive diversity, equity, and inclusion mandates all across the government and private sector and return our country to the merit system. You know, the Supreme Court ruled that the United States is allowed to go by the merit system, which is what made us great in the first place. That was a big ruling that a lot of people don't even know about, but it was a big, tremendous ruling. And you're focusing on character, competence, and qualifications in all hiring decisions. Now you're allowed to go by competence and ability and genius. You don't have to hire somebody to send up one of his rocket ships that doesn't know anything about what's happening. As a first step toward restoring transparency and accountability to government, we will also reverse the overclassification of government documents, and in the coming days, we are going to make public remaining records relating to the assassinations of President John F. Kennedy, his brother Robert Kennedy, as well as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and other topics of great public interest. It's all going to be released, Uncle Sam. And I will direct our military to begin construction of the great Iron Dome missile defense shield, which will all be made in the USA. And we will get wokeness the hell out of our military immediately and make it like it used to be. Take a look at this.
I got your name. I got your ass. You will not laugh. You will not cry. You will learn by the numbers.
Happy Pride. Happy Pride Month. And actually, let's declare it a summer of pride.
So you're a killer? Sir, yes, sir. Let me see your war face. Sir, you got a war face? Ah! That's a war face. Now let me see your war face. Ah! Bullshit. You didn't convince me. Let me see your real war face. Ah!
I hear it and I know, I know you want to take.
You will be a weapon. You will be a minister of death, praying for war. But until that day, you are puke. You are the lowest form of life on earth. You are not even human fucking being. You are nothing but unorganized, grabastic pieces of amphibian shit.
How to abracadabra, these bitches know I got answers the way I...
It looks to me like the best part of you ran down the crack of your mama's ass and ended up as a brown stain on the mattress. I love working for Uncle Sam. I love working for Uncle Sam. Let me know just who I am. Let me know just who I am. 1, 2, 3, 4, United States Marine Corps. 1, 2, 3, 4, United States Marine Corps.
Thank you. So we won 2 world wars with that. And that's the way it's going to be. The American people have given us their trust, and in return, we're going to give them the best first day, the biggest first week, and the most extraordinary first 100 days of any presidency in American history. To implement this historic agenda, I've assembled an all-star cabinet of patriots and visionaries and reformers who will fight for America, and together we will win, win, win for America. To restore the spirit of American armed forces, I have appointed Pete Hegseth as our next Secretary of Defense. Where's Pete? Where's Pete? Pete's here someplace. Where is he? Good job, Pete. They like you, Pete. Thanks, Pete. They like him. to bring back integrity to our intelligence community. Tulsi Gabbard will be our next Director of National Intelligence. To make America healthy again, we will have Robert F. Kennedy Jr. as Secretary of Health and Human Services. To end the weaponization of our government and restore the impartial rule of law. Oh, this is so important. She's so incredible. Pam Bondi will be an outstanding Attorney General. She's going to do an incredible job. She will do an incredible job, and she's working with another person who's going to be unbelievable at the FBI, Kash Patel. And tomorrow, everybody in this very large arena will be very happy with my decision on the J6 hostages. Very happy. I think you'll be very, very happy. I would say about 99.9% in this beautiful arena. And by the way, I want to thank the owners of this arena. They are great. They're up here someplace in one of those beautiful boxes. And their team is doing very well, and Ovechkin is a great player, right? But I want to thank Ted and all of the owners for allowing this to take place. It was really great. And thank you. It's a hell of an operation. Great place. Fantastic arena. Thank you, Ted. Thank you, everybody. At Homeland Security, we will have a tough leader in Kristi Noem, and we will have an outstanding Secretary of Transportation in Sean Duffy, Congressman Sean Duffy. Great people. And we're going to win so much that Governor Burgum of the Interior, you know Governor Burgum, one of the best governors in the country, is in charge of Department of the Interior, and the hottest man anywhere in the world for energy. When I announced him, people couldn't believe it. You didn't hear of him, but if you're in the energy business, he's considered the absolute best. Mr. Chris Wright of the Energy Department. He's going to head up the Energy Department. He's the hottest guy there is. Anybody in the energy business, they said, I can't believe you got Chris Wright. And a man named Marco Rubio is going to be our great future Secretary of State. And Howard Lutnick, a tremendous success on Wall Street, is going to be our Secretary of Commerce. They have to go through these drills, but they're going to. And I want to thank the Republican senators. They've been doing great. And John Thune has been doing a great job in moving the process along quickly. We're going to have a lot of them hopefully approved very quickly. And a very special woman, Linda McMahon, is going to be our future Secretary of Education, which we're going to be giving back to the states. Let the state run education. I said to Linda, Linda, I'm making you the Secretary of Education, but if you do a great job, you will put yourself out of a job because you're going to be sending it back to the states. And she's fantastic. And her staff, which has been largely hired, is fantastic. And all of the other leaders will come to me and they're going to say, do you remember I used to do this for fun? But it's really not fun, it's fact. Because we have to do some of best of, right? But they're going to come and say to me, sir, we're winning too much, sir. We can't take it anymore. We have to stop winning, sir. We can't do it. We're not used to winning in our country. And each one of them is going to say, every single one, sir, please, you're destroying our country. We're winning too much. Our country isn't prepared for this. They're not used to winning, sir. And I'll say, no, Linda and everybody, we're not going to stop winning. The people of our country want us to keep on winning, and we're going to go win like never, ever before. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to be doing it, Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam is having a heart attack down here. Look at him. Uncle Sam is going wild. And they think I pay for these people. I have no idea who he is. All I know is he does. And there's Abe Lincoln. Thank you, honest Abe. I have no idea. I swear, I have no idea who the hell he is. But he looks like Abe. He's probably a little bit shorter, in all fairness. Abe was 6'6". He's a little bit shorter. He's about a foot shorter. Other than that, he's perfect. Thank you, Abe. In addition to the most talented cabinet ever assembled, and we think we're hearing things like that, we will be supported in our mission by countless wonderful American patriots. First, let me thank my incredible family, and I want to thank in particular somebody that headed up the Republican Party, along with Mike, the two of them, Lara Trump, who you saw before, who produced those two beautiful children. Lara Trump is unbelievable. She was the chairman of the Republican Party. And nobody ever said, oh, gee, it's a family member. They actually said, how the hell did you get her to do it? And she did a phenomenal job. We had a minimum of cheating. We watched them like a hawk. Where is Lara? Where the hell is she? But she did some job. See, she wants to be nice and quiet. She's here someplace. Thank you, Lara. Thank you very much, hon. She's phenomenal. The job she did, and her son was up. Didn't they do a beautiful job? The son and the daughter. How many young kids know that one? They don't know that one. But her husband is somebody I'm very proud of. He's doing a great job. He's been subpoenaed more than any human being in history, I believe. Every day he'd get a subpoena from Congress on something, oh, bullshit. But he'd get a subpoena. He's got a PhD in subpoenas. But he did a fantastic job. And Don, you know all about Don, how he did. He's great. He's very popular, too. He knows a lot about guns, I want to tell you that. We had, by the way, I have to tell you, we had great support from every gun group, including the NRA, which really worked hard. And Ivanka and Jared are here, and Tiffany and Michael are here, and Barron and my 10 incredible grandchildren, and another one coming through Tiffany. And of course, I want to thank our next Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance. Wherever he may be, there's a lot of people. Wherever the hell he is, he's here someplace. It's a lot of people. It's a little tough when you say, where is he? You know, you got a lot of people in here. But J.D. Vance has been extraordinary. And he's got an unbelievable wife, the Second Lady of the United States, Usha Vance. So, Usha, thank you very much. It's a beautiful couple, great people. We're also pleased to be joined tonight by Hulk Hogan, the Hulkster. The Hulkster. One thing, it's not hard to find him. All he has to do is stand up and you say, there he is. But he's great. And Kid Rock, wow. Kid Rock is a friend of mine. He's a friend of mine for a long, long time. He did that thing on Budweiser. Budweiser will never be the same when he did the gun with a MAGA hat. That was the commercial that everybody saw. Also with us tonight is a great actor, tremendously talented guy, Jon Voight, who's great, and a friend of mine. And Sylvester Stallone is here. Great guy. And you know, I got Mel Gibson, Sylvester Stallone, and Jon Voight to become ambassadors to Hollywood, California, to put it back on track. So they're all ambassadors. You have to refer to them as ambassador, Mr. Ambassador. And a man who's got an army of young people, Charlie Kirk, is here. And I want to thank Charlie. Charlie is fantastic. I mean, this guy, don't believe this stuff when you hear the kids are liberal. They're not liberal. Maybe they used to be, but they're not anymore. You got to see how many people are for us. And I want to thank Megyn Kelly. She's been terrific. She's been really good. And Billy Ray Cyrus. And Lee Greenwood. Wow, has he been something. What a song and what a man. And, you know, by the way, these microphones, you see the microphones? I said, what the hell are those microphones doing standing behind me? You're going to have a little special treat at the end of this speech. I don't want to tell you because you'll rush me off the stage. Get off the stage. But you have a little special treat, and I won't tell you, but let's put it this way. It's the people that 30 years ago had a hot song, never hit #1, hit #5. But 30 years later, it hit #1 week after week. And they're here to sing. They're here to sing for you. And you won't recognize them. They're slightly larger than they used to be, but that's the way life goes. We can all tell you, that's the way life goes. There's nothing we can do about that. Sebastian, stand up, Sebastian. I see Sebastian there. There's a patriot. He's been with me through thick and thin, right, Sebastian? Now he's with the administration. Thank you. Great guy. And again, I want to thank Elon for what he did in Pennsylvania. He worked so hard. He worked so hard in Pennsylvania. A great guy and a man who is a champion. A man who took something from nothing. Everybody said this is something will never work. It's too violent. But he understood people. He said they like violence, unfortunately, right? But a man who understood fighting better than any man ever. There's never been anything like this. What Dana White did with the UFC and building it into a monster sport franchise. So I want to thank Dana White of USC for being here. And Dana, you've done a job like nobody could have done. Thank you. A great guy and a friend of mine. A great friend of mine. He's a tough cookie. You want him on your side at all times. Every one of those people you want on your side. And we have dozens of other celebrities and everything, but we're going to get back to what we're doing. But I do want to say, in the audience, we have many governors, many senators, many members of Congress, and other distinguished guests. Far too many to name, unless you'd like me to name them. No? Do you want me to name governors, senators, and Congress people? No. I thought you were going to say that. Sorry, governors. No, but we appreciate all of the love that we've gotten from them. I'll tell you, our House and our Senate Republicans have been unbelievable, and the governors are unbelievable, the job they're doing. Of the crime-ridden cities, the top 25, every single one of them is run by a Democrat. Does that tell you something? We don't have problems in the Republican cities. Tonight, I also want to send our love to everyone affected by the terrible wildfires raging in California. We're praying for you all. We love you all. We're going to be there very soon. I'm going to go out there on Friday to see it and to get it moving back. We're going to get some of the best builders in the world, and we'll get it moving back. And I also want to pay my respects to the great people of North Carolina. You know, I won it every single time. And they've been treated very badly. FEMA almost didn't know it existed. And we're going to get North Carolina rocking and rolling, okay? We're going to get them rocking and rolling. They've been treated very badly as a state. Together we will rebuild Los Angeles better, more beautiful than ever before. We're going to get it going. We have the best builders in the world. It's the only people that could do it. Nobody else knows what the hell they're doing. And in 2028, the Los Angeles Olympics will be one of the great sporting events and patriotic celebrations in history. I was with Gianni, the head of the Olympics, and because of the wildfires, they're going to do a special job. They're going to really do something very special on the Olympics. And the opposite, some people said, oh, maybe the Olympics can't go there. It turned out just the opposite. They came to see me the other day, and the committee, and it's just the opposite. So the Olympics is great. And Johnny, for the others, you know, the World Cup, Johnny is the head of it. We had our top people, Wasserman, They all came in on the Olympics, and then I saw Johnny. And we got the World Cup, too. And, you know, it's only because they rigged the election that I'll be your president representing you there. You know, I got both of them. I got the Olympics, and I got the World Cup. And I said, you know, it's too bad. One was in 2026, and the other was in 2028. And I said, I won't be there. I won't be your president. But then they rigged the election, and now we won, so I'm going to be your president for the Olympics and for the World Cup. So, Johnny, thank you for the World Cup. And everybody, thank you for the Olympics. We're going to have a great time. We have another thing happening. 250 years. A celebration like no other. 250 years. And that's going to be taking place next year. So we have a lot of big events coming. And everything we do everything. We take it very, very seriously. But what do we do more than anything else? We put America first. And it all starts tomorrow when I raise my hand on the Bible to be sworn as we'll be sworn in tomorrow. We're all going to be sworn in together. That's the way I look at it. It's not me, it's you. Greatest of all time. So we will be sworn in tomorrow. I'll be representing you as your 47th President of the United States. And just in conclusion, together we're going to cut your taxes, end inflation, slash your prices, getting them back down, raise your wages, and bring thousands of factories back to the USA, right where they belong, and that'll be done through tariffs and smart policy. We will build American, we will buy American, and we will hire American. I will end the war in Ukraine, I will stop the chaos in the Middle East, and I will prevent World War III from happening, and you have no idea how close we are. We will crush violent crime in our cities and give our police the support, protection, resources, and respect they so dearly deserve. We will strengthen and modernize our military again. We did it. We rebuilt our entire military. And then they gave billions and billions of dollars of it to, you remember, to the Taliban. They gave it to the Taliban. They gave our military equipment, a big chunk of it, to the enemy. Do you know that we pay billions of dollars a year? Do you know this? Does anyone know this? To Afghanistan? Do you know that? And I say, if we're going to pay billions of dollars a year, tell them we're not going to give them the money unless they give back our military equipment that these poor, stupid people allowed for them to have. So we'll give them a couple of bucks. We want the military equipment back. We will rebuild our once great cities, including our capital in Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. And we want to make this city again safe. We don't want people coming to Washington and getting mugged, shot, killed. We're going to stop it. Law enforcement, and they have very good police here, but they have to be allowed to do their job. We're going to stop it. We're going to beautify it. We're going to make it the most beautiful capital in the world. We will teach our children to love our country, to honor our history, and to always respect our great American flag. And we will get critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our schools. And always remember, this is so easy, this will be done tomorrow. We will keep men out of women's sports. It's over. I will defend religious liberty. I will restore free speech, and I will defend the right to keep and bear arms. We're going to defend that. After years of building up foreign nations, defending foreign borders, and protecting foreign lands, we are finally going to build up our country, defend our borders, and protect our citizens. And we will stop illegal immigration once and for all. We will not be invaded. We will not be occupied. We will not be overrun. We will not be conquered. We will be a free and proud nation once again, and that will take place tomorrow at 12 o'clock. Everyone in our country will prosper, every family will thrive, and every day will be filled with opportunity and hope, and also filled with a thing called the American dream that you don't hear much about anymore. For the past 9 years, you and I fought side by side against the most sinister and corrupt forces on earth. And in our magnificent victory on November 5th, you showed them once and for all that this nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you. From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, and from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C. Our country was won and built by generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers, coal miners, police officers, and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle stand in their path. Nothing could get in their way. Together they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built the great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and launched American astronauts to the moon. It was hardworking patriots like you who built this country. And 75 days ago on November 5th, it was hardworking patriots like you who saved our country. You saved our country. Now, after all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America's promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we all love so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. We will never give in. We will never give up. We will never back down, and we will never, ever, ever, ever surrender. We will fight, 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 and we will win, win, win. And together, we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. What a great victory for everybody. Thank you, America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for your mental enjoy. You can hang out with all the boys. YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. Young man, there's no need to feel down. Young man, pick yourself off the ground.
you took your love away. I go out every night and sleep all day since you took your love away. Since you've been gone, I can do whatever I want. I can see whomever I choose. I can eat my dinner in a fancy restaurant, but nothing, I said nothing can take away this blues, 'cause nothing compares to you. It's been so lonely without you here, like a bird without a song. Nothing can stop these lonely tears from falling. Tell me, baby, where did I go wrong? I put my arms around every boy I see. They only remind me of you. I went to the doctor and guess what he told me? Guess what he told me? He said, girl, you better try to have fun no matter what you do. But he's a fool, 'cause nothing compares to you. All the flowers that you planted, mama, in the backyard, all died when you went away. I know that living with your baby was sometimes hard, but I'm willing to give it another try. Nothing compares to you. Nothing compares to you. Nothing compares to you.
And now the end is near, and so I face the final curtain. My friend, I'll say it clear, I'll state my case, of which I'm certain. I've lived a life that's full. I traveled each and every highway and more. much more than this. I did it my way. Regrets, I've had a few, but then again, too few to mention. I did what I had to do, saw it through without exemption. I planned each charted course, each careful step along the byway, and more, much more than this, I did it my way. Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when I bit off more than I could chew. But through it all, when there was doubt, I ate it up and spit it out. I faced it all, and I stood tall, and did it my way. I've loved, I've laughed and cried.
know that this is what's going to be expected from the Trump administration. This is his agenda, and that he wants to foster some communication, and particularly with the war in Gaza, come to a resolution, a ceasefire, before he is sworn in on Monday.
We've been speaking, of course, of President-elect Trump, as tomorrow he will be sworn in as the 47th president. But, you know, let's talk about the 46th president, President Biden, who will now be leaving office. We've been seeing and hearing from him, delivering farewell remarks for the past week or so. And I think a lot of people now looking at his legacy, you know, as he exits, certainly not the exit that he wanted, having been pushed out by his own party to make way for Vice President Harris to run against Trump. And of course, she lost. You know, what do you make of all of that?
Wow. In regards to President Biden's outgoing speech, what resonated was the two statements about the oligarchy or our system of government, our system of doing business is falling more and more into the hands of a chosen few. The tech industrial complex is the second statement. And maybe I'm using this the wrong way. Maybe this is the age of a new Gilded Age. However, this did not happen overnight. And if it wasn't the Peter Thiels or the Googles or Apples, the Zuckerbergs, the Jeff Bezos, and of course Elon Musk, we had Apple and Google and other tech companies growing over the 80s and the 90s and to where we are right now. And it's the evolution of the way of life and business. And with what Biden said, we do have to take note of it and be concerned about his comments. However, this is a representative government. And just like Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg, average American citizens have every much right to lobby their local elected officials, be involved in the civic process, and be engaged on an everyday basis. Now, we may not have the time to do that every single day. However, 90 million of us did not vote or did not feel like it was the right thing to do or care to vote in this last presidential election. That's an issue. And that's something that I wish that President Biden kind of leaned into a little bit more about the civic engagement and being more involved. Because if we are not engaged as ordinary, average citizens, then we're just handing over government to the tech industrial complex.
David, before we let you go, looking ahead to tomorrow, a historic moment on many different levels. Is there anything in particular that you're keeping a very close eye on? No doubt, I have to imagine the remarks that President-elect Trump will deliver, his very first remarks once he is sworn in as president. Anything else that you're keeping a very close eye on?
Of course, his speech, the content of his speech. Personally, professionally, I want to hear what his plans are or indicate where he's moving as far as business relationships here domestically and across the globe, the alleged tariffs that he'll implement, the oncoming tsunami of artificial generative intelligence. However, how the opposition will react and what their plans are for the next 2-4 years under the Trump administration. What is the alternative narrative? What can the opposition to Trump 2.0 have for the American people that will make our lives that much better and address the kitchen table issues that we're concerned about?
It's going to be very interesting to see how it all unfolds tomorrow. We're going to be keeping a very close eye. And as you mentioned, we will be carrying all of that here on Live Now from Fox. David, as always, we appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. Great seeing you. And I appreciate you also.
All right, I do want to say thank you to my colleague Stephanie Quinn for bringing us that interview, breaking down what we can expect tomorrow for Inauguration Day. And as you see there on your screen, our coverage of the inauguration is going to begin at 9 a.m. Eastern Time. That's going to be hosted by Stephanie Quinn as well as Andrew Kraft. Make sure that you're turning on Live Now from Fox. We'll have you covered in the hours leading up to the official swearing in of President-elect Donald Trump. Did want to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. Also, want to show you a few live shots that we have there in the D.C. area. One of the biggest storylines that's coming out of our nation's capital has to do with the official inauguration being moved inside due to those frigid temperatures. And we also have an update from D.C.'s mayor this evening. Want to put this up on your screen as well. Post to X from Mayor Muriel Bowser. She says that notice a cold weather emergency has now been activated. Temperatures are expected to be dangerously low overnight. Also putting up some information if those in need of a shelter, so that way they can call the shelter hotline. So as we know, again, President-elect Donald Trump's second inauguration, will be held indoors due to those freezing cold temperatures. According to Fox weather forecast, Monday's highs are set to be near 25 degrees and the lows will be around 12 degrees. So this is all due to the frigid Arctic air that's being blown through the area by a polar vortex. We're going to get a little bit more information. We're going to check in with Fox weather on the other side of our 2-minute break to see how things are shaping up on Inauguration Day. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. And as we talked about before the break, we do know that those frigid temperatures are now hitting our nation's capital. I want to show you another live look that we have there. You can see several of those iconic monuments there in this shot, but down below on the ground, several inches of snow actually fell today in the nation's capital. So just for a bit of history here, we do know now that Trump's second inauguration is going to be moved indoor due to those frigid temperatures, but it's only the third ceremony ever to be moved due to the weather since 1909. We do know that originally President William H. Taft's inauguration had to be moved inside to the Senate chamber back in 1909 due to a blizzard that dropped 10 inches of snow in Washington, D.C. So certainly not the case now, but we also know that this recent most snowiest transfer of power did happen back in 1961. That was at President John F. Kennedy's ceremony when just less than an inch of snow fell. So just a little history here as we now turn our attention to Fox Weather's coverage of this Inauguration Day forecast. Let's listen in.
Welcome back into this special Sunday live edition of Fox Weather. I'm Haley Meyer. We're still tracking out this winter storm sweeping into the Northeast with the snow, including D.C., Philly, New York City, and Boston. But right now, of course, we've got to bring you to Lincoln Financial Field out in Philadelphia, home to the Philadelphia Eagles, who are now advancing to the NFC Championship game, beating the Los Angeles Rams 28-22 on a snowy field. Now, did the snow have any impacts? I'm going to go ahead and say maybe. I've played in snow before, and if you're not used to it, it can haunt you. We've got that winter storm warning that remains in effect there until 1 a.m. Eastern time, so any fans moving to and from the field could see some delays, but maybe tomorrow things will look a little bit better in terms of travel, but the cold, that's going to be the big hitter there. The snowfall is impacting much of the mid-Atlantic, the Northeast, and New England through tonight, and then it's eventually going to be tapering off early tomorrow morning, so not much of a Monday threat. But after the snow ends, that's when we have the polar vortex sending a big shot of cold air just pounding really the majority of the United States. I mean, I would say probably almost 80-90% of the country going to see temperatures below average, and that could lead to probably the coldest January some have seen ever, and maybe some have seen in the better part of 10-20 years. But this winter storm is bringing decent snow totals. We've got 5.2 inches that was just reported out of Sparta, New Jersey, which is out in Sussex County, out in portions of eastern PA near Allentown. Over half a foot has been reported there as well. Some of the highest totals, though, coming out of West Virginia. Now, some areas it's been this boom, others it's been more of a bust forecast. Snow can be hard, especially when you get close to the Atlantic Ocean. A lot of that moisture can sometimes moderate out your temperatures and make it harder to be cool enough to watch that snow really fall. But clearly, Morris County, New Jersey, they had a beautiful wintry scene. But one person who is no stranger to weather across the New Jersey area, Jane Minar, you're out across Jersey City, still coming down at a fairly decent clip, Jane. How are things looking where you're at right up against the New York City skyline?
You know, I'll say I've been watching radar, right? And it does look like we're underneath a pretty decent band of snow. But what's falling from the sky is actually really light and very fine. So I'm wondering if we're switching into the time frame now of when cold air is the winner. And that's when we're going to start to see a more powdery snow begin to develop over the next couple of hours as we kind of finish out this event. And also, too, you know how I can tell you how that cold air has won out? Well, just look to my south, down the Jersey Shore. For the last several hours, it's just been plain rain, but now we've finally seen that bump, and it's blue on radar, which means we've got snow falling on the coast. So this is what we're expecting for the back half of this storm. It's already tapered in D.C., Philadelphia, where Eagles fly. We had a big win. Took some time off my life watching that game in between my shots, but we came through with a win, and thankfully I can go home. My fiance, I can actually manage a conversation with him now. But it has been a really impressive snow down in Philadelphia as it coated the field. It was super fun to watch. It's been a snow dump across eastern PA, interior New Jersey. You go north and west of town, you're right, Sparta, 5 inches of snow. You get maybe a couple more hours worth of this snowmaking, and we're right in that threshold of what we were expecting to see. Maybe a good 5 to 8 up to 10 inches of snow north and west of town. So you take 80 to 87 out towards the Delaware Water Gap, and that's where you're going to see our biggest snow totals, I think, for the state of New Jersey. Here in Jersey City, from what I'm looking at, we're probably only talking a couple tenths of an inch, really. And it's coated very beautifully. The shrubbery and some of the grass you can see on the railings there, on the sidewalks, where just about a half an hour ago they did come in with the bobcat and try to clear and plow a lot of this away, put a salt brine down, but look how quickly it's starting to accumulate again. So our temperatures, as they continue to fall this evening, that's going to be harder to keep up with, which is why I think they're coming through. In fact, I see them working down the way. So they're going to keep this up for the next couple of hours so that they can keep on top of that flash freeze. So for snow, Yes, I think about another 2-3 hours. We're probably going to come in a couple of inches, not the highest threshold. This isn't the biggest snowstorm. For the winter season so far, New York City's seen about 4.2 inches of snow, 1.4 so far this January. January averages about 8 inches of snow, and I don't know if we're going to get there, at least with this storm. This is not a month's worth of snow. Hopefully we can even get, 1-2 inches out of this. From what I'm measuring, we're not even at an inch yet. So my fingers are crossed. And by the way, did anybody get that Fox weather alert with the lightning detected in your area?
Yes.
I got that.
I was intrigued by that.
We have to verify. Did we get some thunder snow?
I asked Cody behind me. He goes, that seems odd, but I wouldn't rule it out. So you never know. I mean, it certainly wasn't in the Manhattan area, but I was like, I've always wanted to hear thunder snow just by how amazing it can sound. So maybe somebody can add us on X and let us know if they actually heard the thunder snow and verify that, because that'd be pretty cool.
I mean, north and west of town, there is a pretty decent snow band, right? I think up towards like Franklin Lakes where those snow totals are coming in.
All right, so we do appreciate our partners there at Fox Weather for giving us the latest update on what's happening there in the Northeast, as we know that Arctic blast is hitting several areas. Also want to remind you that you can always stream Fox Weather. They are always on and always free. Just make sure you go to foxweather.tv. And as we are speaking about so many of these weather concerns, we also have to let you know that we're still continuing to follow that major story out of Southern California as it pertains to those wildfires. So there has been an update as well there. I want to show this to you on your screen there. This is from the National Weather Service there in Los Angeles. We do know that the dangerous and powerful Santa Ana windstorm is incoming. So they are now warning, saying to take action now to prepare your home and loved ones for another round of extreme wind and fire weather that's set to start tomorrow afternoon. The worst winds are going to be coming again Monday afternoon into Tuesday morning. So we are going to continue our coverage here on Live Now as it pertains to these LA wildfires. Also, big news as it pertains to the wildfires with President-elect Trump announcing in that speech he gave just an hour or so ago in Washington, D.C., that he will be traveling to California on Friday to survey the wildfire damage. And right now, we're also getting a live press event there from Southern California, giving an update on the Eaton fire that is now 81% contained. Let's listen in to those Southern California officials.
So we're going to be working with the assessor to get that out to individuals so that they know that their assessment will remain as it was pre the fire. Thank you. Now I don't know who I'm going to introduce up here. I made this no political speeches, so I don't know who's coming up next. Who's coming up next? Estrella? Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up from the LA County Public Works, Director Mark Pastrella.
Okay, good evening or good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy to be here and to answer questions today. Let me open this up. And so the first question for Public Works is, please describe the debris removal process. Many of you have probably been hearing this. Let me start out by saying, for all questions on debris removal, we've established a number for you. The debris removal hotline is 844 fire debris, or 844-347-3332. 844-347-3332. And you can find out more information at pw.lacounty.gov/debris. And we'll have this out for everyone. In fact, at the front of the church, we have a board that you can get that information right onto your phone. The debris removal process is a two-step process. It is going to be conducted in conjunction with the federal government. EPA is going to be providing the front-end work, and understand the Army Corps of Engineers is being asked to provide the back-end debris removal through their contracting capacity. Los Angeles County Public Works will be the liaison and the administrator of this program for the entire county of Los Angeles. This includes the cities that are also, so it's all the burn area, all the cities within the burn area, the 2 burn areas we will be conducting and interacting with EPA as well as with the Army Corps of Engineers. Again, it's a 2-step process. And that process is a phase 1 and phase 2 process. Phase 1, you may have heard, is where the EPA will be coming in and conducting assessments of every property along with our county fire department and our health department to determine that what is, if anything on site that is toxic, considered toxic by their definition, that it's removed from the properties. This is happening now. It's already being commenced. We're identifying locations to take these materials and store them safely. And again, EPA will be leading that. Once that program is done on every lot or on your lot will then be certified by EPA that it has been, those toxics have been removed, and that and then the lot is ready for phase 2, which is debris removal. Debris removal, as I said, will be administered by my department. Los Angeles County will be providing that service to the area. We will be working with the Army Corps. In that process, it's important for me to mention, we will be asking for permission to enter your property to conduct this. It's a voluntary program in which each property owner will have the opportunity to opt in or opt out of this program. However, I do want to mention that it is a requirement of all property owners to clear this debris before they begin any construction on the property. The phase 2 program that we're offering through the federal government in conjunction with LA County will require you to sign up, as I said, to sign a right of entry form. And the sooner you do that, the sooner the program can actually commence. So for more information on that program, please go to the website that I mentioned or call, and we can give you deeper information about how to sign up and the timing of it. I do want to mention something because I do believe that it's important for us to communicate to you what we know when we know it. And right now what I know is that program will take some time. You will not have a cleared lot from some time. And what I mean by some time is potentially anywhere from 6 months to a year for every lot in LA County in this burn area to have the debris removed. That's because we do have people that opt in or opt out. If you opt out of this program, you will be required to have a certified contractor who can do all the testing necessary to ensure the lot can be rehabilitated with no toxics on the lot. So I really encourage property owners to engage and to sign up for this program just as soon as we have those permission forms up. Again, for more information, please call the number that I mentioned. Okay, has damage assessment been completed for zone Ald Midlothian? The answer is yes. Public Works has completed a rapid assessment of structures within this zone. Please note that this area is no longer under evacuation orders. Visit lacounty.gov recovery for details on any repopulation. Please visit lacounty.gov /recovery for details on repopulation. When will the trails and natural landscape around Altadena get cleaned? This will directly impact the safety of the community. There is yes, that's correct. And the areas that are publicly operated and maintained, like your streets and the street right-of-ways and the trees that are along those right-of-ways, are being assessed currently. And we are being very careful, LA County Public Works, in the Altadena area, that we do not damage any trees that may have survived here. So we're being very careful about the assessment. We're having our go and look at them along with fire department and making recommendations on whether or not any trimming is necessary. Of course, a tree that presents a hazard to utility workers or to the citizens will have to be removed. Again, I want to assure the citizens of Altadena that I am very, very sensitive to your trees. I know about how much you love them. And we are being careful. In fact, we are being very, very vocal with our utility companies about not trimming trees that don't necessarily need to be trimmed or taken down. And so I'm working very closely, as you can imagine, with Edison on that. Will property safety checks include assessment for debris flow in the event of rain for inhabitable homes flanking scarred hillsides of open space? Yes, the answer to that is yes. We have already began the assessment. The Los Angeles County Flood Control District, under my review direction, has already began the process of damage assessment and identifying locations within those channels that protect this area and the dams and reservoirs and underground storm drain. And we are commencing with emergency contracts to fix those portions so that we're ready for any rain that it comes. And then also, you just asked, someone asking here, whether or not we could give hillside advice to homeowners who are on the edge, if you will, right there at the base of the hills. You can call 211 and request engineering advice for debris flows, and our agency will send an engineer to come and look at your properties and give you an assessment and advise you as to whether or not sandbagging is necessary or other materials put in place to divert flows from the home. So please, when you get that, please do make that call and take advantage of that free service. Will the Army Corps of Engineers and others come immediately onto the scene, such as they did in Lahaina, to assess and begin alleviating our toxic load, which would also include the Eaton Wash? This is new potential to carry wildfire toxins to neighboring communities. Spot on, spot on. The Army Corps of Engineers will be in my office tomorrow morning. I have a Washington, D.C. general from Washington, D.C. here visiting to scope the mission. And they have also given us the heads up that they are going to bring a colonel from Lahaina who worked in Lahaina to work on your cleanup here. So this is great news because these folks have great experience. And yes, the question of pollution and environmental sensitivity is high on our mind. And our sediment management plan is also a pollution control plan. So we were looking to contain pollution where it sits currently and then move it safely off site so that damaging debris flows don't also carry pollution to the river system. When will the right of entry permit form be available? Again, go to the number I mentioned for debris removal and you will find that out. And that number again is 844-347-3332. If we build larger, Supervisor, just to answer this, we build larger, how much longer will it take to permit? There will be no difference in the permitting time if you build larger. If you are impacted by this fire, you will also be given special provisions for permitting, and we will set that up with a performance standard for us. I don't have that exact performance standard yet, but I know that it'll be expedited faster than we do now. And we will be working workshops for professionals as well as homeowners on how to use prescriptive building construction, how to get quicker through the system. So we are also calling on all the design professionals to contact our offices to begin the process of standardization and expediting the permitting process here in LA County. And as previously mentioned, I'm currently identifying real estate in the Altadena area for the County of Los Angeles to open up a one-stop center for building construction that will become a permanent amenity to this community. That's the end of my questions.
Thank you. Next up with Los Angeles County Public Health, Dr. Muntu Davis.
Good afternoon, evening, I'm not sure what time it is really. First off, I want to say that, I'm going to speak to questions that are related to three different groups. Some of you are going to be in areas that were not impacted by the fire, but nearby. Others you may fortunately have intact properties in the fire damaged areas. And then there are others whose properties were destroyed and will have to be removed. So I'm going to try to speak to starting on the outside in areas that weren't impacted directly by the fire. So my questions are going to be related to safety in terms of cleanup, in terms of ash, in terms of properties that may have smoke inside or the smell of smoke inside. So I'm going to try to address all of those, but do it in three different groups. So for those of you who are in non-impacted fire areas, but next door or near, in terms of going back and cleaning up, in terms of safety, you may go back and smell smoke inside of your property. One of the things I suggest doing is when you first get there, if the air conditioning is good outside and if there's not a lot of strong wind, open up your property and try to air it out, just to try to see as much of that smoke smell you can get out. In order to protect the indoor air quality, keep your doors and windows closed, especially on those windy days or when you have a smell of smoke or if there's ash blowing outside. Try to keep your doors and windows closed in order to maintain that air quality inside. Change out your air filters and use HEPA or with charcoal preferably in order to filter out odors as well as filter out particles that may be in the air. And run your air conditioners, if you have central HVAC, on recirculate, so it keeps that air filtering inside. It's not pulling outside air, especially if the air conditions are bad on the outside. If you don't have that, using an air purifier, if you have that smoke smell inside of your house, or air purifier or odor remover, may also help in terms of trying to get rid of that odor. Now, for the non-porous or for the porous things that you have in your house, a couch that's fabric or curtains or things like that, if you have that smoke smell in those, you may have to get them professionally cleaned. You can try washing them. You may have to wash them a couple of times in order to get that smoke smell out using a strong odor remover or strong detergent. Those are the things that may help in terms of trying to get rid of that odor. In terms of cleaning up ash, and this is for everybody, really you want to try to do it in the most gentle way possible, to not stir it up and have it stir it up in the air and create risk for not only you, but for others that may be nearby. So slightly misting, especially on the outside, slightly misting the ash and then gently sweeping it up, getting it into a dustpan, gently putting it in a plastic bag, tying that plastic bag up, and preferably double bagging it so that it doesn't get ripped or torn when it goes into your trash can in order to be taken away in terms of waste. That's a general comment related to cleaning up ash. Now, when you're doing that, of course, ash can have lots of things in it based on the fire. You think about this is not a campfire. Structures were burned, hazardous materials, household hazardous materials were burned, as well as anything that were in those products and those structures. So you want to treat ash as if it's dangerous, not only to your lungs, but also to your skin. So wear gloves, long sleeves, long pants, and preferably wear an N95 or a P100 mask to filter out particles as you're doing that cleaning, and wear goggles just to protect your eyes. And please wear sturdy closed-toe shoes in any of this work in order to keep things off of you. In terms of those houses that were intact in fire-damaged areas, now definitely you're probably going to have a stronger smell of smoke. You may have ash, soot, and everything else inside of your property, and it may require more than just you to try to clean that. But the same principles apply in terms of how you clean up and wearing that protective equipment as you clean up as well. Now, thinking about those properties that are completely damaged that may have to be removed, there's going to be a lot that happens with your property. Now, in fire-damaged areas, as you just heard, there will be teams who understand how to deal with household hazardous materials and how to remove those visibly, those that they can see. I do want to say that lithium-ion batteries, electric vehicles that may have been left there, pose a unique risk, and they want to try to get rid of those. If they see those, lithium-ion batteries may be some other products that you have in your house as well, but if they see those, they're going to remove those before anybody gets to go back in that regard. Now, all of the fire debris, fire-damaged properties, is considered contaminated. Think about the household chemicals that were there, what the chemicals that are in the structures that were there. So all of that does have to be removed within a certain way, and that's what Mr. Petrella was talking about in terms of folks coming in to actually remove those. But as part of that process, in terms of soil testing, we don't want you to rebuild on something that is contaminated in terms of soil. I believe soil testing is a part of that process and would be excavated and properly disposed of and transported in terms of the cleanup process before you get to that point where it's like you are okay to rebuild and before you go for approval to rebuild. So those will happen as part of that process. In terms of thinking about septic tanks is another thing that came up. Now, our department, especially in the unincorporated area, we're trying to do a map and understanding in terms of those fire damaged areas where there are septic tanks, and we'll have more information that comes in terms of what the next steps are. We'll have to look and inspect those, but at the moment I don't have an accurate count in terms of what's there, but that's for the unincorporated area. I can't speak to incorporated Pasadena in terms of that process, but do understand that mapping and understanding where those are and trying to provide more information to those folks who do have septic tanks on their properties is something that will be coming up as well. And I think I covered my questions. Thank you.
Next speaker with LA County Office of Emergency Management, Director Kevin McGowan.
Hello and good evening. My first question is, explain how evacuations and emergency notifications are made. Are door knocks and emergency notification tools utilized? So the evacuation process begins with our unified command. In this particular case, it's our county fire partners and sheriff's department partners that are assigned to this geographical location. For the Eaton fire, we were already physically located, the fire department, the sheriff's department, and the Office of Emergency Management in person when the initial start took place. At that point, our fire department partners, along with law enforcement, evaluate where the potential impact area is going to be, and the Office of Emergency Management supports that decision on where to initiate evacuation orders, warnings, or even preemptive alerts to just notify people that there could be potential impacts. In the case of the Eaton fire, this took place initially right when the fire started. We began evaluating in this partnership which areas would be notified. We use every tool available when this notification or when the evacuation decision is determined. For Los Angeles County, that included in-person notifications from response resources that would be available, both fire and law enforcement. It also includes our use of our notification tools. To simplify it, there's a variety of notification tools. There's an opt-in program which sends out text messages. It does phone calls and emails if you've opted into the program. It also uses reverse 911, which are listed phone numbers that are landlines. And then the tool that's probably most commonly understood is the wireless emergency alert tool. So for all of the evacuation orders, warnings, and alerts for the Eaton fire, the suite of tools were used for notifications. How can we sign up for these alerts? We always encourage people to do the opt-in program. The opt-in program provides the most robust access to a variety of tools. That way, if one system fails, this is a natural disaster. Some systems are going to be impacted, such as cell phone towers. Opting in provides you with the access to the largest amount of access to tools. You can opt in by going to alertla.org, and you can register all of your information. There's a question specifically about services available to elderly residents prior to and during an evacuation. For preparedness, I would encourage anyone that's an elderly resident, go to the county's Aging and Disabilities website. You can also contact Aging and Disabilities simply by just going to 211. You can call 211. They will route you to our Aging and Disabilities department, who can give you great advice on how to prepare specifically for your needs. They can also provide that for anyone who has access, functional, and disability needs. And then during an emergency, immediately contact law enforcement and fire via 911. So again, call 211 prior to an emergency. But if you are in an evacuation order and you receive that alert and you need assistance, immediately call 911. Thank you.
Okay, so we've gotten a lot of information. I'm just going to take a quick break so you guys can all soak it in. These people are not leaving, so if you have questions to continue for them, though, they will get it. So I just wanted to let you guys know that. Next up, I'm going to start into some utility questions that have come up, and I'm going to first start with Pasadena Water and Power, David Reyes.
Thank you, Stephanie, and good afternoon to everybody. David Reyes, Interim General Manager for Water and Power, City of Pasadena, and Assistant City Manager. The City of Pasadena, obviously, we have our own water and power, but we do serve about 4,000 residents in Altadena for water. Currently, there are about 1,200 residents in the Altadena area that are under do not drink orders. You have water, water is flowing, but we ask that you do not drink the tap water at this time. The city's website has all the information in terms of address lookup, so you can actually put in your address and see if you're under the orders. Again, there are about 1,200 residents currently under the do not drink in Altadena, and about 400 residents within the city of Pasadena. We currently have no power outages. There's a smattering here and there that we're addressing and working around the clock to make sure that water is safe. The do not drink orders, you can water your plants. That was a specific question we got. Please water your plants with that water. And the do not drink orders, it doesn't mean that we've identified anything wrong with the water. It means that we need to verify that it is safe. Some of the areas in terms of our reservoirs were damaged more than others, the Don Benito Reservoir in particular. So we're working around the clock to get updates on that. And we expect to release additional information as early as tomorrow afternoon. With respect to the testing, we are working with the State Division of Drinking Water to make sure, although we have our own certified lab, we are making sure before we lift any orders that we are following all of their protocols. Our hearts are with everybody at this time. It's been very difficult, and we're here for you to the extent we can be, and we're reaching out to all of the Altadena water purveyors outside of our jurisdiction to see how we might be able to help them as well. Thank you.
All right, as you see there, we've just been listening in from Los Angeles County officials now giving a live update on the Eaton fire and the recovery and response. But also there on your screen in that bottom right-hand corner, we're also watching this live images that are now coming out of the Middle East. Of course, we did have that breaking news about those Palestinian prisoners now being released. We'll have much more on this after this. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. And as we teased ahead before the break, we're getting some dramatic video now into our newsroom. Want to show you this on your screen. This is out of the Middle East. As we know, the breaking news happening today that the ceasefire is in agreement and hostages have now been released. But what we're now seeing here on our screen is that 90 Palestinian prisoners and detainees have been released by Israel. So this is breaking news there out of the Middle East. We do know that large white buses carrying those detainees exited the gates of Israel's Ofer prison just outside of the West Bank city of Ramallah. This is as those celebratory fireworks were erupting overhead. Crowds of Palestinians thronged the buses, chanting and cheering there, celebrating the release. So as we know, according to the list provided by the Palestinian Authorities Commission for Prisoners Affairs, all of those who were released are women or minors. Israel detained all of these people on the list for what it says were offenses related to Israel's security. This pertains from throwing stones to more serious accusations such as attempted murder. And I want to put this up on your screen as well, just showcasing the tweet, letting you know the Associated Press did say that Israel's starting to release those 90 Palestinian prisoners. All women or minors. This is all a part of that Gaza ceasefire deal that we've been covering here on Live Now. So let's go back out to some of those live images as well. As you can see there, so many people there in the streets as they are now facing this new news that these prisoners have been released. So according to the Associated Press, Palestinians did again jump on those buses carrying the prisoners, chanting, cheering as they headed through the growing crowd, I should say, to the Batunia town. So some people did wave some of those flags, including that of Hamas as well. Horns sounded, people whistled. This release did occur over 7 hours, though, after the first Israeli hostages were released. So it is important to know that. Overall, though, we know that 33 hostages and nearly 22,000 Palestinian prisoners and detainees are expected to be freed over the ceasefire's 42-day first phase. I want to throw up some video as well that's from a bit earlier, showcasing some of those hostages after they were released. This is images from them arriving to the hospital. They were checked on. As you can see, those hostages now wrapping herself in the Israeli flag as well, hugging. So much emotion came there from all of that release as well. So we're taking a look here on your screen. We have a bit more information and the faces of those very hostages that were released. Take a look at this. They were held hostage for 471 days. This is Romy Gonen, Emily Demari, and Doran Steinbrecher. They've all returned to Israel as a part of the ongoing framework to release those hostages. This is a 3-part deal. Again, we've covered it extensively here on Live Now. Here's a tweet that we also have from President Biden. It says, following the ceasefire, hostages are now starting to be released. 3 Israeli women held for 471 days, as we know, 4 more women in 7 days, and 3 hostages every 7 days thereafter, including 2 Americans in this first phase. We pray for their long recovery ahead. I want to go back to some of those images that we saw. Again, with those prisoners initially now being released, this is the live look that we have there in the Middle East. Well, those are some of the videos of the hostages being released, but wanted to take you to that video that we have of the live images of those Palestinian prisoners being released and the reaction now coming from the Palestinians in that area. So as we know, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu did say that the ceasefire officially began at 11:15 a.m. local time there. So if this ceasefire is to hold, the next exchange is set for January 25th. Hamas is supposed to release 4 living female hostages. In exchange, Israel will release between 30 to 50 Palestinian detainees for each hostage. We do have a message as well that I want to put up before we head to a 2-minute break. This is from the desk there of the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu. He says this is a very moving day. Tell Romy, Doran, and Emily, an entire nation embraces you. Welcome home. We will return them all, and we will achieve all of our objectives for the war. They want to get that breaking news in for you here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take this time to step away for a 2-minute break, but our coverage of what's happening there in the Middle East. Welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Again, want to show you some video that we have of those hostages. They're back in Israel. They were held for over 470 days in the custody of Hamas. Now finally back home. So many people there hugging and cheering to be back in the arms of their loved ones. So do want to continue on with our coverage of this. We did hear just a bit earlier today from the IDF. They spoke out. Let's listen in.
Since the October 7th massacre, our mission has been clear. Bring home all the hostages held by Hamas in Gaza. Today, as part of these ongoing efforts, we welcomed home 3 hostages, 3 young women after 471 days in Hamas captivity. Let me tell you about these 3 young women. Romi Gonen, who turned 24 in captivity. Romi was dancing with friends at the Nova Music Festival when Hamas terrorists invaded and attacked the festival, massacring and abducting young people from around the world who were celebrating peace, love, and unity. Emily Damari, who turned 28 in captivity. Emily, a dual Israeli and British citizen, was abducted by Hamas from her quiet home in Kibbutz Kfar Aza. Terrorists shot and killed her dog and dragged her into Gaza. And Doron Steinbacher, who turned 31 in captivity. Doron, a veterinary nurse who brutally abducted from her home in Kibbutz Kfar Aza, was still in her pajamas. We cannot imagine the horrors these 3 young women have endured in 50 months of Hamas captivity. Today, we salute and embrace them and their families as they reunite after so long. We must also remember the brave soldiers who risked their lives and those who paid the ultimate price to ensure that this moment of the hostages coming back home was possible. We cannot and will not forget the 94 hostages, including women, children, and elderly, remain in Hamas' brutal captivity. Our mission is not over until every single hostage comes home.
As you heard there, we just heard those remarks from the IDF, again showing you some video from that very emotional scene that took place earlier today in the Israeli hospital after those 3 women were released from Hamas custody and now brought back home to Israel. So we do know that this was facilitated by the Red Cross. The hostages were transferred to the Israeli Defense Forces and Israel Security Authority just after 5:30 p.m. local time. They crossed the border into Israeli territory. Shortly after that, the agency all said that in a joint statement. We do know that both the IDF Special Forces and ISA forces accompanied the 3 hostages out of Gaza, and they were there taken to that medical facility where they were checked out. They are all good to report in good health at this time. So we also do want to listen in to this news conference that we got just a bit earlier today. It's very short, just about 2 minutes. There they are speaking from the hospital on the condition of those hostages.
At Sheba Hospital were united with their families and began a medical evaluation undertaken with the utmost care and dedication by the hospital staff. This is, of course, a complex situation, both emotionally and medically, for those returning to Israel and for their families. These are also emotionally complex time for the families of all the captives and for the Israeli people as a whole, both in Israel and abroad. Alongside the excitement and the sense that the returning captives are an inseparable part of our larger families, we implore you to respect their privacy and dignity. The Israeli people, the Ministry of Health, and the personnel of the Israeli healthcare system are elated to the hostages come home, and we are doing everything we possibly can to give them comprehensive, personalized, and compassionate care. We hope from the bottom of our hearts to see all the captives come home.
Good evening. I'm excited. I'm very, very happy to tell you that this evening the 3 captives that were released arrived here at the Sheba Medical Center. I'm happy to report that they are in stable condition that allows us and them to focus on what is the most important thing for now, is reuniting with their families. They are reunited with their families, and we will continue to monitor their clinical condition. This will take a few more days until we complete all the examinations that are needed and treat whatever we find within these within the workup that we will perform. I stand here with a lot of people around me. This is not the first time that we have received hostages here. I have to tell you that this is a very emotional moment for all of us here and for everybody around us. We feel privileged to be the ones that get this tremendous honor to treat those hostages, and we will continue to stay here and be prepared until the last hostage returns to Israel. Thank you.
And we just heard there from those hospital officials talking on the condition of these 3 women. Again, these hostages that were held in Hamas custody for more than 470 days. We do know that they are in stable condition, but we saw the video there on your screen. We showed you of those very emotional moments as they are now finally reunited with their families. And again, we also saw this just moments ago as well. This is after those 90 Palestinian prisoners and detainees were also released by Israel, showing you some of the video that happened just moments ago there in the Middle East. We do know that these large white buses carrying those detainees exited the gates of Israel's Ofer prison just outside of the West Bank city of Ramallah. This is as celebratory fireworks were erupting overhead. Crowds of Palestinians also thronged the buses, chanting and cheering, as you can see there on your screen. So that official list that was provided by the Palestinian Authorities Commission for Prisoners Affairs said that everyone who was released are either women or minors. Israel detained those folks on the list for what it says are offenses related to Israel's security, from throwing stones to much more serious accusations, including attempted murder. All right, we are going to take this time to step away for a 2-minute break. Stay. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. We do want to continue on with our coverage there of the hostage release. I want to show you this live look that we have there in Gaza at this time, overlooking that area. It's been the focus for so many people around the world. As we know, the conflict between Israel and Hamas has been going on for the last 15 months, but officially today, that ceasefire and hostage and prisoner release deal eventually did go into effect. We now want to listen in because President Biden did speak a bit earlier today about the hostages being released. Want to throw this up on your screen as well. This is the message that he put out on his X account saying, following the ceasefire, hostages are starting to be released. 3 Israeli women held for 470 days, 4 more women in 7 days, and 3 hostages every 7 days after, including at least 2 Americans in the first phase. We pray for their long recovery ahead. Let's listen in to what President Biden had to say following the hostage release.
Released 3 Israeli women held against their will in the dark tunnels for 470 days. 4 more women will be released in 7 days. 3 additional hostages every 7 days thereafter, including at least 2 American citizens in this first phase. We pray for them and their families. They're going to be a long recovery ahead. By the 16th day of the deal, talks will begin in the second phase. This phase includes the release of Israeli soldiers and a permanent end of the war without Hamas in power or able to threaten Israel. Hundreds of trucks are entering Gaza as I speak. They're carrying assistance for civilians who suffered enormously from the war that Hamas started on October 7, 2023, nearly 15 months ago. Today alone, we anticipate several hundred trucks will enter the Gaza Strip as I'm speaking. And after so much pain, destruction, loss of life, today the guns in Gaza have gone silent. This was the deal that I outlined for the world back in May 31st. Many of you covered it at the time. It was endorsed overwhelmingly by folks around the world, including the UN Security Council, unanimously endorsed the deal. And developed in coordination with Egypt, Qatar, and Israel. I've worked in foreign policy for decades, and this is one of the toughest negotiations I've been part of. Many of you who followed these negotiations will attest that the road to this deal has been not easy at all, and a long road. But we've reached this point today because of the pressure Israel built on Hamas, backed by the United States. Some said my policy of a firm support for Israel was relentlessly pursuing diplomacy, risked drawing America into a wider war in the region. I listened to those voices, many of whom I respected a great deal, but I concluded abandoning the course I was on would not have led us to the ceasefire we're seeing today. But instead, it would have risked a wider war in the region that so many feared. Now the region has been fundamentally transformed. Hamas's longtime leader, Sinwar, is dead. Hamas sponsors in the Middle East have been badly weakened by Israel, backed by the United States. Hezbollah, one of Hamas's biggest backers, was significantly weakened on the battlefield, and its leadership was destroyed. Even as we worked for diplomatic solutions in Lebanon, we provided ongoing assistance and supported Israel's military campaign against Hezbollah, including its efforts to take out the terror infrastructure along the border between Israel and Lebanon. Israel's campaign was extremely successful, so much so that by the end of November, the United States had brokered a ceasefire in Lebanon. Hezbollah did what it said it would never do. It cut its deal and abandoned Hamas. And today, in Lebanon, there's finally a new president and prime minister, both of whom support a sovereign Lebanon without Hezbollah running the show or playing any part in it. The Assad regime next door in Syria is gone, removing Iran's ready access to Lebanon. Iran is in the weakest position in decades after the U.S. military helped defend Israel from Iranian missiles and supported Israel's military response inside Iran. Just look across the region. In Lebanon, there's an opportunity for a future free from the grip of Hezbollah. In Syria, a future free from the tyranny of Assad. For the Palestinian people, a credible path to a state of their own. And for the region and the future normalization and integration of Israel with all its Arab neighbors, including Saudi Arabia, who I've spoken with. You know, we've had many difficult days since Hamas began this terrible war. We've encountered roadblocks and setbacks, but we haven't given up. And a special thanks to my team, particularly Brett McGurk, who many of you know, who spent weeks and months working nonstop to reach this deal. Many of those weeks and months out of the country. Today's ceasefire in Gaza and the release of hostages is a result of a principled and effective policy that we presided over for months. And we got here without a wider war in the Middle East than many predicted. And now it falls on the next administration to help implement this deal. I was pleased to have our team speak as one voice in the final days. It was both necessary and effective and unprecedented. But success is going to require persistence and continuing support for our friends in the region and the belief in diplomacy backed by deterrence. So as we reflect on the news from Gaza today, we also remember all the victims of this war. We're mindful that the pursuit of a lasting peace, while never easy or quick, must always be our calling. So thank you all for listening. May God bless you all. May God protect our troops. I'm looking forward to this deal being fully implemented. And I'm sorry I'm not going to take any questions now because I'm waiting. There's a whole congregation waiting for me. And I'm sure the remainder of the day I'll have an opportunity to speak with you. Thank you very much.
Anything about the condition of the hostages that were released today and the others?
Yes, I've just got a call saying the 3 are released into Gaza, 2 out of the hands of their captors, and they appear to be in good health, but it's early to tell. They may be across the border of the Gaza Strip into Israel now. I'm not certain. Thank you.
Sir, any concerns about Hamas regrouping?
No.
Will you remain involved in the deal as it moves forward?
No way out. Proud of the deal.
All right, you did just hear those remarks from President Biden speaking on the Israel-Hamas hostage deal as phase 1 is now underway. We do know, again, that those 3 hostages were released in good condition back into Israel, as well as now Israel officially releasing 90 prisoners that were held captive there as well. The Palestinians that they say have a litany of charges from either throwing stones to more serious accusations such as attempted murder. All right, we do want to step away for a 2-minute break. Stay right now. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now, showing you another live look that we have there in the Middle East. This is a shot that we have of the Gaza Strip, the same location where those 3 hostages were released a bit earlier today. We do want to now listen in to my colleague Andy Mack. He was able to do an interview earlier today detailing what is to come there in Israel. Let's listen in.
We're also following the major international news as the ceasefire officially begins between Israel and Hamas, and the first round of hostages returned back to Israel. Let's take you out to some quick remarks from the IDF talking about this earlier today.
The October 7th massacre. Our mission has been clear. Bring home all the hostages held by Hamas in Gaza. Today, as part of these ongoing efforts, we welcomed home 3 hostages, 3 young women after 471 days in Hamas captivity. Let me tell you about these 3 young women. Romi Gonen, who turned 24 in captivity. Romi was dancing with friends at the Nova Music Festival when Hamas terrorists invaded and attacked the festival, massacring and abducting young people from around the world who were celebrating peace, love, and unity. Emily Damari, who turned 28 in captivity. Emily, a dual Israeli and British citizen, was abducted by Hamas from her quiet home in Kibbutz Kfar Aza. Terrorists shot and killed her dog and dragged her into Gaza. And Doron Steinbacher, who turned 31 in captivity. Doron, a veterinary nurse who brutally abducted from her home in Kibbutz Kfar Aza, was still in her pajamas. We cannot imagine the horrors these 3 young women have endured in 50 months of Hamas captivity. Today, we salute and embrace them and their families as they reunite after so long. We must also remember the brave soldiers who risked their lives and those who paid the ultimate price to ensure that this moment of the hostages coming back home was possible. We cannot and will not forget the 94 hostages, including women, children, and elderly, remain in Hamas' brutal captivity. Our mission is not over until every single hostage comes home. Since the October...
All right, you're just listening in there to an IDF spokesperson talking about this, and you heard the significance in his voice as the first 3 hostages released from Gaza have arrived in Israel. And of course, I want to put up just some of this, as it was a very emotional scene earlier on today, as footage shows the 3 women walking to the Red Cross vehicles in Gaza City, surrounded by a crowd that swelled. Of course, you can see just some of these as we are also watching the celebration returning to Israel, the helicopter landing. The 3 women were taken for medical assessment, and they appear to be in good health. This, according to the President Joe Biden. The ceasefire ushers in an initial 6 weeks of calm and raises hopes for the release of nearly 100 remaining hostages and an end to the devastating 15-month war. A last-minute delay by Hamas put off the truce's start for nearly 3 hours, but the spokesperson by Hamas's military wing later said it was committed to the ceasefire. And the big news of the day, of course, is those 3 hostages, 3 Israelis returned to Israel. We're watching the celebrations in the streets as people were getting out their camera phones, trying to get a glimpse of these people that were taken more than 400 days ago. All right, let's continue on here on Live Now from Fox and bring in right now senior research analyst with the FDD, friend of the program, Joe Truzman. Joe, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now. What do we make of today? Can you detail some of the operation, the Wings of Freedom operation to get these first 3 individuals back?
Right. So, of course, Israel is very happy right now, and so are many other people, to see 3 hostages return home back into Israeli territory after 15 months of more than 15 months of captivity. The hostages, of course, they were transferred by Hamas to the Red Cross. Then from there, they were sent to the Gaza border, and then they were picked up by where they met Israeli forces. Israeli forces took them, and of course they were examined. Then the hostages went to a hospital to be examined as well, and of course to meet their families. So all in all, today has been good. I think, of course, earlier there were some bumps in the road. Hamas didn't want to give up the 3 names of who they were going to release. They were supposed to do it at, I believe, 8 or 8:30 local time, but they didn't do that. They delayed. It was a few hours later, they finally did it. So besides the few bumps in the road, everything turned out good for the hostages, of course, and for Israel. Now, consequently, Israel, I believe they've actually already done this, at least today, have started to release terrorists who have been serving prison sentences in Israeli jails. So we're going to see this story or these images repeat quite a few times over the next weeks and months.
Yeah, and of course, there are supposed to be 4 more in the next week. And I want to put up this post from the Israeli Prime Minister talking about this is a very moving day. An entire nation embraces these 3 hostages. Now, welcome home. We will return them all, and we will achieve all of our objectives in war. And as we were talking with FDD earlier this week, there was really never going to be a fair deal. But in terms of what we saw, is this about as fair as it could get for Israel to get some of these hostages back?
Unfortunately, it might be, but yes, you're right. It's extremely lopsided. It's reminiscent of the Gilad Shalit deal in 2011, where one IDF soldier was released, that was captured by Hamas and other Palestinian terrorist organizations. He was traded for over 1,000 Palestinian prisoners. But nevertheless, it is lopsided. And unfortunately, some of these prisoners that are going to be released by the Israelis have blood on their hands. And I'm talking about bomb makers. I'm talking about men who drove suicide bombers to their targets. I'm talking about leaders of terrorist organizations that may be included, but when this is all done in that may be released in this swap. So there's a lot of bad guys, and we have to be honest too that some of these guys, some of these terrorists, they're going to go back to their activities. So they're going to plot again against Israelis, especially Israeli civilians. So Israel has to be prepared for that. But Israel's demonstrated that they're willing to pay the price, right, to get these hostages back. So, and that's what they did.
Yeah, that is good. And I think we're just getting these images. I don't believe they're live, but you can see just the emotion of these hostages being returned to their family, these 3 Israelis, after being in captivity 471 days. And you just see the emotion because it's hard to watch and hard to fathom what these individuals went through during their time in captivity. Can you talk about what they can glean from some of these hostages, what they hope to learn about Hamas and how they held them? What can you tell us about that?
Right. So, yeah, this is very important. I think when the Israeli hostages were received in Israel, the Shin Bet, or Israel's intelligence agency, I'm sure members of the organization have interviewed him, or at least conducted an initial interview. What they want from them, what they wanted from the hostages, of course, is anything that they can give up, right? Anything they can remember. Where did you stay? Who had you captive? Do you remember faces? Do you remember names? So Hamas, for example, if let's say, for example, Hamas held these 3 prisoners, or rather hostages. Hamas has a special unit that takes care of prisoners, actually, that cares for prisoners or watches prisoners, and they're called the Shadow Unit. And the Shadow Unit, that's what they do. So the Shin Bet would like to know more about them. What did you hear about them? So it's just things like that. Where were you held? What happened exactly when you were kidnapped on October 7th? Just little things like that, because I think the most important thing overall here is for the Shin Bet, for Israel to build this intelligence picture. Okay, they want to build an intelligence picture to understand who else is out there that has committed or has took part in October 7th. They want to know the players, because unfortunately, even though we've seen 15 months of combat in Gaza, Hamas still remains. There are elements of Hamas, and as you've seen in the videos, of course, from Gaza, there are elements of Hamas remaining. So Israel wants to know, who are they? Who are these people? How can we identify them? Things like that. So that's what they're trying to get from the hostages. And of course, they want to know, what do you know about other hostages? Were you held with other hostages? It's important because the problem here is, more than anything, Israel doesn't know 100% for sure if all the who is alive, at least as far as the hostages still being held in Gaza. Who's alive? Who's dead? I don't think they have an absolute picture of that until the hostages are released. So I think that's some of the information that Israel's trying to glean, at least from the hostages that came back today.
Yeah, and what they went through, a very horrific and potentially sexual assault on there, and that could change the complexion, the tone, the candor of some of these conversations. And these were 3 Israelis. And of course, the U.S. hopes to get 2 hostages, American citizens, home as well. Can you paint that picture? How soon could we see the Americans come home, and how involved will the United States? And I want to note again that these images on your screen, they are live according to what we're hearing from Fox. So just want to put that one out there. But can you answer that? If the U.S., those 2 American hostages, when could that happen, and how will the U.S. be involved?
Right. Well, I'm sure the U.S., at least not just now, not just currently, but in the last months, have been pressing Hamas to release the hostages, American hostages, as soon as possible. Because we have to remember here, every day that these hostages, especially American hostages, are in Gaza, whether they're in a tunnel or whether they're in a home, it's a danger to them. All right, because for several reasons. For example, Hamas is a terrorist organization. They may decide to murder these hostages. They've done it already. So what stops them from doing it now? So they're extremely, they're in danger right now. So I think the American administration has been pressing Hamas to release these American hostages. Now, but the problem is it's whether Hamas wants to, all right? So we may see it in the next couple of weeks. It may be the first batch. I'm hoping it will be the first batch of, or one of the first few batches of hostages to be released in the next few weeks, because we know, as I think you mentioned earlier, they're going to be released in batches. I believe it's every 7 days. So we may see it next week, hopefully. But then there are other civilians too. And of course, there's a baby as well. So a lot of civilians. It's an extremely difficult situation right now for the Israelis, for the Americans. So the best we can do is hope, but who knows exactly when Hamas is going to release them. It's ultimately up to them.
Okay. That is what I was going to ask. And it's very difficult, a very sensitive time. And we're not even sure this ceasefire could last those 6 weeks for this first phase. In terms of that, how concerning is that for you, that this ceasefire will hold up? Because we saw 3 hostages. If the ceasefire breaks through, that could be ultimately as many as they get back. How much of a balance is that to hold up? And are you optimistic? Or are you concerned about the fact that the ceasefire is in place?
Well, I think right now, from what I saw today at least, I think both sides, Hamas and Israel, they do want to see the ceasefire through. They want to get the hostage, at least the first phase, all right? I think, and I think ultimately Hamas, more than anyone, wants everything to go through because, they want to stay in power. They want to stay in power in Gaza. But if I were to put myself in Hamas's shoes, for example, my biggest concern would be the time between the first phase and the second phase of the ceasefire deal. Because there's, at that time, they're going to negotiate, all right? They're going to negotiate who's being released and for how many Palestinian prisoners. And at that point, Hamas has already given up about 33 hostages, I believe. So that's about 42 days from now. So something may happen there, right? Hamas, for example, may feel that, you know what, I don't like this deal anymore. I'm not going to give Israel the hostages, or, you know what, I'm going to change things up. I want to do this, this, and that. And Israel may say, no way. And hostilities may return. So that's a problem here. So I think if there's a delicate time, it's going to be between at that stage where Hamas and Israel are indirectly, of course, negotiating the second phase of the ceasefire deal. That's what worries me the most, I think, more than anything. So I can't tell you if it's going to break down, but I will say that things are very sensitive right now, especially during that time. So we'll see what happens. But at the end of the day, I think Hamas's ultimate goal is to stay in power. And I think the only real way for it to do that is to go through and adhere to the ceasefire through all its stages.
Yeah, sensitive is a good way to put it, and it is a long way until that phase, a very precarious path that we are going down, but a ceasefire good nonetheless, especially when you see those hostages return. And I want to ask you, because Biden has some curious comments saying there's no concerns about Hamas regrouping, about recalibrating their stance as well. Are they regrouping? Is that the point in your eyes, that this is what Hamas is also doing during this time?
Yeah, I must disagree with the president. Of course, they're regrouping. We know for a fact that there are elements of Hamas, and not only Hamas, but Palestinian Islamic Jihad, which is another terrorist organization in the Gaza Strip, and other armed organizations in the Gaza Strip who are aligned with Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad. They survived the war. They're still active. They were active yesterday, the day before. So they don't just disappear because of the ceasefire. So absolutely, yes, they're already regrouping. They're already trying to reestablish themselves or assert their authority. There are Hamas policemen on the streets of Gaza right now. So it's what Hamas is doing more than anything is right now is not only, like I said, regrouping and trying to rearm, which will take time, by the way. They're trying to project an image of victory. Right? That's what they're doing. That's why you see all these fighters in front of cameras, and especially during the hostage swap. So that's what they're doing. And unfortunately, at least right now, they will regroup. It may take time, but unfortunately, I think the cycle of violence will continue in the near future.
Yeah, that is unfortunate, because there's really no, beyond this ceasefire deal, any agreement to stop the fighting at all. And I want to ask you, because we saw early this morning, there were still strikes this morning, operations by the IDF. Is that normal for you? And in your eyes, since the fighting continued basically right up until the ceasefire, what does that tell you about this conflict and how it may restart after the ceasefire?
Right. Yeah, I think what Israel is doing is messaging essentially that they will abide by the ceasefire. However, up to the point when it starts, they were launching attacks against terrorist targets in the Gaza Strip. So they were just showing Hamas, hey, listen, we're going to go up to the very end here. We're not just going to stop. So and consequently, or conversely, Hamas do the same thing. They fired mortars, they fired rockets up to the ceasefire. So I think it's just messaging. It's a lot of messaging between both actors here. And unfortunately, as I said earlier, this can easily restart again if things fall through. Both actors, especially Hamas, they're still able to cause problems. Now, they're not nearly at the point or at the peak at what they were on October 7th, 2023. Their military infrastructure has been severely degraded, but they still have mortars, they still have rockets, they still have arms, they still have fighters. All right. So, and that's going to remain a problem for the Israelis. I really do think that. So, nevertheless, things can restart at any moment. That's the problem here. Okay. So let's hope the ceasefire holds. But just, again, caution is the big word.
Yeah, and as you mentioned there, the 6-week ceasefire will go into effect, and we'll hopefully have it out calm for that period, but also at the end of this post saying we will achieve all of our objectives for war, this coming from Netanyahu. And of course, he has notably said the objective is to wipe Hamas off the map. What comes next in your mind? I know we're in a precarious position. What else are you keeping an eye on?
Right. Well, of course, there's I'm also looking for, again, it was the second period of the ceasefire, the second phase of the ceasefire. I was very curious about. I was going to pay a lot of attention to see how Hamas is reacting, how the Israelis were reacting, just to get a gauge of where things are going. Also, I'm taking a look at other armed organizations in the Gaza Strip. All right. We have to remember they don't get talked about much, but these organizations, they're still there. Yes, they've been hurt, they've been damaged, but their primary role throughout this war was to support Hamas. All right. And that's what they did. And they did it successfully. I'll be honest. They did a decent job at it. So they're still there. So I'm watching them too to see their activities, statements, things like that. To get a gauge into what can happen next, and then consequently, you also have the other fronts, right? Yeah. The big issue here, I think, what we're going to see is the West Bank. The Israelis may pivot to the West Bank. You have to remember, Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and other terrorist organizations are in the West Bank, and they've been very active over the last 4 years. Causing a lot of problems, creating a significant security challenge for the Israelis, and of course, carrying out terrorist attacks against Israelis. So, and that hasn't stopped, despite near daily counterterrorism raids by the Israelis, and a little bit of one operation by the Palestinian Authority in recent days. So, nevertheless, I would watch what's happening in the West Bank over the next months. I think that's going to be an important arena. Hamas may try to ignite or foment more violence there as it regroups in the Gaza Strip.
All right, that is a good point. A lot of tangled different entities involved in that region as a whole. All right, Joe, thank you so much. Great insight on a very emotional day as those 3 hostages return to Israel. We appreciate your time.
My thanks to my colleague Andy Mack there for giving us that insight, as well as Joe Truzman there with the FTD, talking a lot about what we're seeing here on the screen. This is a live look that we have in Gaza. Of course, this Israel-Hamas hostage deal has been on our radar ever since it was announced, and it did officially go into effect at 11:15 a.m. local time. All right, we are going to step away for our first 2-minute break of the hour now. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. And as you see, another live look there over the Gaza Strip as this big deal is now in place. The ceasefire agreement allowed for 3 Israeli hostages that were held captive by Hamas to be released today, as well as Israel officially releasing 90 Palestinian prisoners. It has been what we've been talking about for the last few days as we tracked to see when it would officially happen. And of course, you know, the other big story that we're talking about this afternoon into the evening time is now, of course, the inauguration, which is just a few hours away. Taking a live look there in Washington, D.C., that Rotunda building is where President-elect Trump will officially be sworn in to be the next president of the United States. So we do, of course, know that a lot of events have been happening there in the state capital city over the last few days leading up to this inauguration, and tying the two stories together with the Middle East as well as inauguration. Earlier today, the families of hostages did hold a rally in our nation's capital. Let's listen in to their remarks here on Live Now.
Afternoon. Is this working? Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. We are the Hostages and Missing Families Forum. This is a very, very special day for us. We all know what happened just an hour ago. 3 female hostages were released, and we will not need to carry these posters ever again. Emily Damari has been brought home, finally. Doron Steinbacher from Kfar Aza has been finally brought home. And the beautiful Romy Gonen, who was kidnapped from the Nova Festival, is finally home. But we are here on the eve of inauguration as President Trump takes office to make sure that they are all home. We have 94 hostages left in Gaza, and we are here to make sure that this deal is not only the first stage follows through, but every single hostage is brought home, and every family has this joyous moment of reunion. Bring them home already. Bring them home. We are standing here and we express our most gratitude to the United States for their unwavering support for the hostages since October 7. We want to thank President Trump and the incoming administration for their tireless efforts to advance the deal to bring our loved ones home. We are grateful for every hostage freed and every family reunited. President Trump, your leadership has delivered undeniable progress. We urge you, please ensure that this deal reaches its full conclusion and that all 94 hostages are safely returned. Fathers, brothers, and children remaining captive, waiting to be reunited, are not included in the second and third stage of this deal. Adi must be reunited with his son Idan, Liran with his younger brothers Gali and Zivi, Yonatan with his son Sagi, Noah with her partner Avinatan, and Daniel deserves a chance to give his brother Omer a proper burial. The global Jewish community cannot begin to heal until all of them are home. For everyone who believes in peace, all 94 hostages must be home. Bring them home! Bring them home! Bring them home! We will now hear from each family member. We will start with Noah Gamani, Hamas captivity survivor.
Hello, my name is Noah Gamani, and I was rescued from captivity in Gaza after 8 months in hell. As I'm standing here with you today, it's a miracle made possible by heroes, by the Israeli army who rescued me from the Hamas terrorists. But as we speak, there are still 94 hostages living in nightmare. This process is in a part of few days. It's very, very important to everybody. I want to thank you for President Trump to make this deal happen, and President Biden to never give up on us. But as I'm speaking to you today, I want to make sure that the world will know the deal must go on, in full, in completely, in all the stages. I know how it's to be the one that will be left behind, watching other hostages bring release to their families. My partner, Avinatan O, and many other hostages are in hell, and they wait for the second that you will be released too. Every second feel like the last second of their life. This is why it's absolutely critical that we put end for this horrible tragedy and commit to a full and completely deal to get all the hostages home to their families. Until Avinatan will return, my heart is in captivity, and I will never feel truly free until all of them will come back home again. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, my name is Liran Berman, and I am the elder brother of Ziv and Gali Berman, who were both kidnapped from Kibbutz Kfar Aza on that dark Saturday morning. My twin brothers are 27 years old, two gentle souls who are not planned to be released in the first stage of the deal. My brothers are not just names or pictures, they are human beings. Brothers, uncles, sons. Ziv has a courage about him, with a smile that can light up any room and make everyone fall in love with him. Gali has an enormous heart, a deep sensitivity, and a unique ability to see the best in everyone. As their elder brother, it's my job to protect them, but I can't do this alone. President Trump, I need your help. My family needs your help. Ziv and Gali needs your help. Today marks 471 days since my brothers have been held in the dark tunnels of Gaza. 471 days that they have been away from home, suffering, and trying to survive. For 471 days, our mother has prayed for a miracle, hoping to see her two beautiful sons walk through our door again. President Trump, I want to thank you for everything you have done to make this deal possible. I am so relieved that soon many hostages will be back home, but I also want to be relieved that my brothers are coming home too. I am here to ask, no, to urge, to ensure that this deal follows through in its entirety. Without delays or stops, my brothers are running out of time. Every moment that they are in remaining captivity is another moment their lives are at risk. We have already seen hostages murdered in captivity. We cannot afford to lose even one more. We must save them all. We cannot forget about them. We cannot wait, and we must not stay silent. President Trump, I am asking you to keep fighting for my brothers and for all the other remaining hostages in Gaza. My dream is to become an uncle for my brothers. They still have a future. They can still be home. Please help me achieve my dream. Please ensure the job is finished and that they all come home before it's too late. Thank you very much.
What do we want? My name is Daniel Nutra, and I am the brother of Omer Nutra. Today is not Hamas's day. Today is our day, the one we have waited for over a year. We have waited for this day for over a year to reclaim life. And now that it's come, we have to make use of it. On day 422, a little over a month ago, my family was delivered the devastating news that my brother Omer died in Hamas's captivity. When we sat Shiva, the customary 7 days of mourning, thousands of people came to pay their respects. To many, Omer was a symbol of the devastation caused by the events of October 7th. Many who knew Omer personally shared with us the myriad profound ways Omer had influenced them, inspiring them with his kindness, sense of humor, and tactful leadership. We grew up on Long Island, New York, our childhood surrounded by a warm Jewish community. Omer was the center of every community he touched. He was the captain of our high school sports teams. He was the regional president of his youth group. And he had a unique way of making anyone who talked to him feel like they were the most important person in the world. After spending a year in Israel before college and deepening bonds with their broadened family and with his new friends, Omer felt he had a duty to protect his people, and he joined the IDF. On October 7th, Omer was a platoon commander in his tank and a first responder to the border invasion, and he rushed to the front to save lives. After an excruciating 422 days of endless worry for his safety, fighting and advocating for his release together with all the other hostages, we were informed that Omer was killed on October 7th and his body still held. Within our devastation, we had lost our hope to reunite with him alive. But Hamas is still holding on to him. Since the last deal in late November 2023 that brought home over 100 women and children, we have been relentlessly advocating for this deal that would bring the rest of the hostages home. After the months of tireless work of the negotiators and after President Trump's election, finally, we appear to be reaching this point. A deal was signed, but it is fragile, and only a first phase has been agreed to. We trust that the president and his team will make sure that the releases continue until the last hostage. The first phase, we hope, will bring home the remaining women, children, and elderly. And we have to make sure that the remaining hostages, our brothers, fathers, and sons, will come home as well. And we must make sure that the deceased are returned respectfully to their families, to an honorable final resting place. My brother Omer chose to put his own life at risk to save thousands of others. We owe it to him to rescue the people he gave his life to save and to bring him and the rest home.
Bring them home now! 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 Bring them home now!
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jonathan Dekelchen, and I'm the proud father of this wonderful young man you see before you, Sagi, 36-year-old father of 3 little girls, who was taken on October 7th, along with 79 other people from our kibbutz. Sagi was taken from our kibbutz near Oz, along with 79 others. 29 of our people are amongst the 94 still captive. I'd like to thank the press for keeping attention all of these many days on the fate of our hostages, and even more so, the magnificent people in back of us who have been with us since the very beginning of this ordeal and have given us strength every day to keep carrying on, while we all fight for our loved ones. We're sitting here today in the shadow whole day, no shadows, but at the foot of the Washington Monument. As you can hear, I grew up not terribly far from here, seeing the United States and understanding the United States as a kind of beacon on the hill for the rest of the world. And my adult life spent in Israel, I kind of preached that. And I can find no better example of the United States as a beacon on the hill more than what has transpired over the last few weeks as the outgoing Biden administration, who have been absolutely committed to getting all of our loved ones home. The Biden administration that has not spared any efforts to get all of the Israeli hostages home and to stop the suffering in Gaza. And as of November 7th, the incoming Trump administration that has inserted new energy into this process. We are here today with the release of 3 young women alive, and we hope can be rehabilitated. But it's also important to note that today the IDF recovered the body of a soldier that had been held by Hamas since 2014. That's a stern reminder of the urgency of the situation. We must not stop. This is an amazing American moment today at the cusp of transition between the Biden and Trump administrations that have worked shoulder to shoulder in this incredibly nonpartisan time in which we live on behalf of the hostages. We know their commitment, we feel their commitment, we need their commitment for all 98 to come home. We pray for it, and we thank you all for being here and showing that you know this truth as well. Bless you all.
Bring them home now! Bring them home now! Bring them home now! Bring them home now!
Thank you, everybody. That's the closure of a press conference. The families are available here to answer individual questions and individual interviews. Thank you, everybody. May we receive only good news from now, and may they finally, finally, finally be home. Thank you. Press who are interested in...
All right, as you see there, we were just listening in to this hostage rally that was held a bit earlier today in our nation's capital of Washington, D.C. So many families there pleading for their loved ones to come home. Do want to show you a few live shots as well that we have right here on Live Now from Fox from the Washington, D.C. Capitol. And as we were just listening in there, they were thanking President Trump on those banners there, acknowledging his role, they say, in helping to bring those hostages home. Also, of course, bringing in that breaking news that we brought to you here on Live Now, that those 3 hostages, those 3 women, as they refer to them, were brought home safely to Israel out of the custody of Hamas a bit earlier today. So they are doing well as well. We heard that they are in good condition after being checked out at the hospital. So again, in that we did hear them say, I want to say thank you to President Trump to making this deal happen and to President Biden for never giving up on us. So we do know that Trump also reiterated his support for Israel as well. He said that earlier today in his speech that held there in Washington, D.C. He said that at this victory rally there in Washington, Trump did take credit for bringing the hostages home and the first ones being released from Gaza. He said, we achieved more without being president than they achieved in 4 years of being president. That was his way of acknowledging President Biden. All right, we are going to take this time to step away for a 2-minute break. Stay right here with Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. We do want to continue on with our coverage there, showing you this live shot that we now have out of our nation's capital. Of course, you know, we are just now hours away from the inauguration of President-elect Trump. He will be inaugurated in that very building to be sworn in as the 47th president. I now want to bring into the conversation Fox 11's Alex Michelson. He's there in Washington, D.C., covering this historic moment. Alex, thanks so much for being with us.
Thanks, Christina. Good to talk with you from a chilly Washington, D.C. Donald Trump's final rally before he became president was complete with his favorite song on the campaign trail, sung for the first time in person by the band behind it. They're busy building a platform inside the Capitol Rotunda where Donald Trump will take the oath of office on Monday. In 2017, he stood outside for his inauguration, as every president has for nearly 40 years. The Constitution of the United States. Back in 1985, Ronald Reagan's second inaugural was moved inside due to frigid temperatures. This year, it's expected to feel like 5 degrees here outside on Monday. Trump announcing the change on Truth Social, writing, quote, "I don't want to see people hurt or injured in any way. It is dangerous conditions for the tens of thousands of law enforcement, first responders, police canines, even horses, and hundreds of thousands of supporters that will be outside for many hours." Still, it's disappointing for Robert Heimers, who traveled from La Cañada to Flintridge to stand outside and see Trump up close.
Well, we're a little bummed out that it's been relocated inside, but we're optimistic that President Trump's second term will be just as successful as Ronald Reagan's second term.
Thousands arriving on Capitol Hill today to pick up tickets to an inauguration that are now being called commemorative, as the public is no longer invited. So you're going to stand outside even if he's not outside?
I'm standing outside if he's not outside. Yes, sir.
A limited number of fans will be allowed inside the Capital One Arena to watch a live stream of the event. Trump is expected to stop by.
If he had it outside, we'd be outside. He wants to do it inside, we'll go in.
Late tonight, Wall Street Journal is reporting that Trump is expected to begin his federal immigration raids on Tuesday in Chicago. Republican Congresswoman Young Kim from Orange County giving us a tour of her office today and discussing her support of efforts to crack down on illegal immigration.
No one should cut through the line. No one should expect that they can come here illegally across the border, hide out because of our failed immigration policies that is not being implemented.
Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna says there's a lot Democrats can learn from Trump's success.
We need to spend as much time understanding why many Americans voted for Donald Trump as we do criticizing Donald Trump.
So there's some questions tonight, Christina, about whether the cold is the real reason that they are moving the inauguration inside. As Tony, our photographer, pans off, give you a look at some of the snow flurries that are now coming down here in Washington. It is really cold, and colder than it has been in past inaugurations, but past inaugurations were still really, really cold, and they still held them outside other than that Ronald Reagan inauguration. I spoke with Brett Baer, the main anchor of Fox News tonight, and he said that there's a lot of speculation and reason to believe that the real reason that it was moved inside may be security related, and that the cold gives a nice excuse for why to move it inside. But we don't know that for sure, of course, because it is security related potentially. It's not something that they would talk about freely, but we do know that there have been 2 assassination attempts on Trump's life, and that's something that the Secret Service takes very seriously.
I'm sure that they do. And of course, Alex, as you're standing there in Washington, D.C., we were watching you here on Live Now from Fox over the last week, and your incredible coverage of those devastating wildfires there in Southern California. First of all, my heart goes out to you all there and the Fox 11 team. You were there so closely with it. But we also heard today from President-elect Trump himself while he was on stage there at that rally, saying that he's going to be visiting Southern California to survey some of the damage. What are your thoughts on that? Of course, we know that LA is very close to your heart.
It is indeed, and thank you for the kind words. It's been a rough couple weeks. Yes, Governor Gavin Newsom, when I interviewed him last week, invited Donald Trump to come. We saw a similar message from several of the Democratic members of Congress, from the Board of Supervisors, and now Donald Trump is indeed coming to Southern California. It's going to happen on Friday. We don't know exactly where. We don't know exactly with who. There's been a fight in Congress over whether there should be federal aid for California with conditions. The Speaker of the House, Republican Mike Johnson, says there need to be conditions because the California government doesn't function well, and we shouldn't just basically give them a blank check. But even the Republicans in Congress from California say there shouldn't be conditions, and never in the past when it comes to FEMA aid has there been conditions associated with giving aid. It's been one of the few bipartisan things that Congress does. So we'll see what Trump has to say after Friday, and if after seeing the devastation up close, maybe he is motivated to say, let's just give them the aid. And if he does that, as we've seen with Mike Johnson, who tends to do exactly what Donald Trump wants, it's most likely to happen. So that's an important part of the trip on Friday.
And it's certainly a storyline that we'll be following right here on Live Now from Fox. Alex Michelson there, Fox 11 in Los Angeles normally, but today they're in our nation's capital. Thanks so much for being with us.
Thanks so much.
All right, we did want to make sure that we got that story in for you here on Live Now. I want to show you another look that we have there at the nation's capital, a zoomed in shot of the Capitol, of course, where we know President-elect Trump will officially be sworn in. So we do want to put up this tweet as well, just sort of documenting what I was just speaking about with Alex about President-elect Trump now announcing that he's going to be traveling to California to survey that wildfire damage. We appreciate Fox News correspondent Jackie Heinrich for this tweet. All right, we are going to step away for a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. We do want to continue on with our coverage of some of today's top stories. Want to go ahead and roll some of this video for you as well. Of course, some of the biggest news now pertaining to TikTok. Of course, you do know that the social media platform went dark for a few hours Saturday night into Sunday, but TikTok has now restored service to users in the United States. This was just hours after the platform did go dark in response to that federal ban, which President-elect Donald Trump said he would try to pause by executive order on his first day in office. Trump says that he planned to bring the issue of order to TikTok, China's based company, to give it more time to find an approved buyer. Let's go ahead and listen in, though, to this interview that my colleague Andy Mack did a bit earlier about the future of TikTok.
For joining us. A couple live pictures there in Washington, D.C. at this victory rally for President-elect Trump on Inauguration Day, and also a live picture in South Carolina as President Biden expected to make some remarks there on his final day of this four-year term. And, of course, some busy headlines, a moving target of sorts in terms of TikTok as it went dark late last night, but users in the United States are pleased to know that it is back up and running, at least at this point, as this was the post on that social media platform saying, "Welcome back. Thanks for your patience and support. As a result of President Trump's effort, TikTok is back in the United States. You can continue to create, share, and discover all the things you love on TikTok." So it's back up and running. All right, let's continue on here to discuss what we know at this moment because they change moment to moment. We're going to bring in right now Sarah Krebs, Director of Tech Policy Institute at Cornell. Sarah, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox, as it is very much a fluid situation. What can you tell us about what's going on right now, this executive order that's expected to go into effect tomorrow with the inauguration of President Trump?
Yeah, no, it is a complicated and fluid situation, as you say, and the law on this is very complicated. So the Solicitor General that was part of the oral hearings in front of the Supreme Court more than a week ago said that she did not believe, or it was unclear, the statutory interpretation question of whether, in fact, Trump could come in and extend the law for 90 days even after the law starts. And it sounds like some members of Congress, Senator Cotton, for example, is questioning that as well. So that might just bring us back into this legal thicket about whether, in fact, at this point, Trump can come in with an executive order and extend this deadline on these grounds of it being somehow a qualified divestiture.
Yeah, it's so very interesting because he posted on his Truth Social platform, Save TikTok, and we'll get into his stance on TikTok in just a little bit. But during the ban last night, during the statement on TikTok, he was mentioning Trump. Today, it talked about Trump as well. He's not president yet. How can he do this?
It's surprising to me that it looks to me like the TikTok then somehow coordinated with the service providers and with the promise that Trump would come in and issue this executive order and this delay. And then poof, magic wand, and now the service is restored. But it's a little complicated at this point. So it's not available in the App Store, but you can go to the website. And if you have the app, you can still use it. So even the use case here is a bit of a mixed bag as well.
Yeah, a mixed bag, to say the least, as some of those service providers, and that was the fines, that was the deterrent for having it there available. And like you mentioned, still not available in the kind of app store for Google and Apple. And I want to put up this because we mentioned Tom Cotton, the Republican there, talking about this TikTok ban, saying any company that hosts, distributes services, or otherwise facilitates communist-controlled TikTok could face hundreds of billions of dollars in liability under the law, not just from the DOJ, but also under securities laws, shareholder lawsuits, state AGs. Can you discuss the liabilities here on the service providers? Because let's say Trump changes his mind in the next 24 hours and TikTok is already up and these things go into place. These might elicit some fines. Can you talk about the liability factor for some of these service providers?
Yeah, no, my prediction yesterday was that these service providers and Apple and Google would not go along with this gamble that Trump would say, don't worry, I'm not going to enforce it. You won't be fined, because these are publicly held companies with shareholders that are on the hook for these quite steep fines. And so it's surprising to me that the service providers are so confident that they won't be fined, that they went along with this. I think it says, I've been trying to puzzle through that. I actually don't have the answer. What I do wonder is whether, because the App Store is just Apple and Google, whereas service providers, there are a lot more of them. Maybe they think that this is a compliance situation that they don't think will come back to bite them. But there's a lot of money at stake. And I think given the legal ambiguity and given that you do have members of Congress that feel fairly strongly about this, if I were the service providers, I'm not sure that I would have rolled the dice in the same way.
Yeah, a lot of gray area here for them to take such a grand risk in it all. I want to ask you, because yesterday it was gone late last night. It's back up today. Would you be surprised if, say, tonight, tomorrow, TikTok is gone again?
I would think at this point, given that Trump is not even in office, that if it's here now, it will be here tomorrow. I mean, I don't at this point feel confident making any predictions because nothing has really gone as anyone I think has expected. I did not think it would be here today. But I do think that with Trump coming into office tomorrow and then this executive order, whatever it gets issued is issued, that seems that like it will just corroborate whatever these service providers did today by having it restored for the time being. So then I think it will go somehow to the courts to try to adjudicate this really complicated question.
Yeah, it was a slow moving through the courts up until Supreme Court as well, when they kind of sped it up a little bit. But I want to put up just this statement as well from President Trump on Truth Social talking about it. And I'm going to read the last part because he says, I would like the United States to have a 50% ownership position in a joint venture. By doing this, we save TikTok, keep it in good hands, and allow it to stay up. In terms of that, there was always that divestiture point in the legislation, the bill in place, that if TikTok somehow sold ByteDance sold TikTok to some other U.S. entity or otherwise, that it would be remaining. What do you make of this? What does that say to you?
Yeah, no, it's interesting because ByteDance has said all along, of course, that it will not sell because financially it doesn't make sense. But there was also a question whether that was just its game of chicken that they were playing. They had no reason to tilt their hand and say, yes, oh, well, in the end, we might kind of cave. But that's only part of the problem. The other part of the problem still remains this data security problem and the national security concerns that went into this in the first place, with Trump 5 years ago, and then with the legislation as it moved through over the last couple of years. So this question of what would be a qualified divestiture, just part of it is this question of American ownership. But the other part of it is how do we ensure that there aren't these backdoor channels that allow the Chinese government to still access this data in ways that, again, motivated this law in the first place.
Yeah, that is a very good point. Sarah, my last question before I let you go, because we are in a very complicated time with this TikTok, but also a complicated time in terms of Trump and his stance on TikTok, because at one point he did want to ban it. Now he wants to save it. Can you talk a little bit about why he had such a change of heart in terms of TikTok? Was it just popularity? Was it just movement? Or is there something more to it?
Yeah, I'm hard to kind of parse this, but it seems to me that one of the considerations was just kind of realizing that this is a very popular platform. It helped boost his popularity. And then I think in his view, it gives him a chance to come in and be this negotiator in chief. But, you didn't mention Elon Musk, who came out today or last night saying he was against the ban. And now he's saying it's not fair that X is banned in China, but we can have TikTok here. He wants a level playing field. So I think, again, it's very interesting to watch as the politics of this have changed over the last couple of years.
Yeah, and that's to say, is Elon Musk expected to be in his administration for the second term, which officially begins in 24 hours. All right, so very interesting, Sarah. I appreciate your time here on this Sunday. Thanks so much for joining us. And I'm sure a lot is going to change in the next 10 minutes, next 10 hours, next 10 days. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Andy.
All right, thank you so much. All right, let's continue on here on Live Now from Fox. And I want to put up this one more time as TikTok restores service in the United States after that brief shutdown. They said to users today, welcome back. Thanks for your patience and support. As a result of President Trump's efforts, TikTok is back in the U.S. You can continue to create, share, and discover all the things you love on TikTok. So that executive order expected to go into place tomorrow. A lot of discussion about those liabilities on service providers and whatnot as the Supreme Court ruled on Friday, upholding that in place. And now it is back some 12 hours or so after it went dark last night.
All right, my thanks to my colleague Andy Mack. Of course, he was there to give us the very latest on TikTok. So if you do have the app on your phone, happy scrolling. It is officially able to stay here in the United States. Showing you a live look that we have there at the White House. That is the soon-to-be home for President-elect Donald Trump. He will be officially inaugurated at 12 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow. And tonight, we did get to listen to him a few hours ago as he held a rally there in the nation's capital. And during that rally, he spoke about TikTok and the saving that he says he did. Let's listen into his remarks.
And as of today, TikTok is back. So, you know, I did a little TikTok thing. We have a guy, TikTok Jack. He's a young kid, like 21 years old. And we hired this guy, and I went on TikTok. Can you believe what I'll do to win an election? And we went on TikTok, and Republicans have never won the young vote, the youth vote. They win a lot of votes, but they never won the youth vote. We won the youth vote by 36 points. So I like TikTok. I like it. I like it. I had a slightly good experience, wouldn't you say? Romney lost it by 40 points. Not so long ago, we won it by 36 points. That's a very big spread. But I said we need to save TikTok because we're talking about a tremendous... Who in this audience goes with TikTok? Many? Yeah, very popular. And frankly, we have no choice. We have to save it. A lot of jobs. We don't want to give our business to China. We don't want to give our business to other people. And I said, you know, TikTok without my approval, meaning the president's approval, because Congress gave the president the right to make a deal, do whatever he wants. And they did that a long time ago when they had a different president. They didn't know that I was going to be the president, I guess. So I said, very simply, a joint venture. So if TikTok is worth nothing, zero, without an approval, you know, if you don't approve, they're out of business, they're worth nothing. If you do approve, they're worth like $1 trillion. They're worth some crazy number. So I said, I'll approve, but let the United States of America own 50% of TikTok. I'm approving on behalf of the United States. So they'll have a partner, the United States, and they'll have a lot of bidders, and the United States will do what we call a joint venture. And there's no risk. We're not putting up any money. All we're doing is giving them the approval, without which they don't have anything. So I don't know. It sounds like that works. What do you think? Good? I think so. So whether you like TikTok or not, we're going to make a lot of money. Perhaps most beautiful of all, this week we achieved an epic ceasefire agreement as a first step toward lasting peace in the Middle East. And this agreement could only have happened as a result of our historic victory in November. That was some victory. Was that the greatest? I don't even know which was greater, 2016 or this one. I think this one. Look.
All right, as you see there, we were just listening in to President-elect Donald Trump. He was making remarks about how he saved TikTok, saying, quote, TikTok is back. All right, showing you another live look that we have there at the nation's capital. Again, we are just hours away from the official inauguration for President-elect Donald Trump that will be taking place inside that very building. And, you know, we will have you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. Our coverage is set to begin at 9 a.m. Eastern time of the inauguration. It's going to be hosted by my colleagues Stephanie Quinn and Andrew Kraft. Make sure that you are tuned in with us here on Live Now. We've got you fully covered for Inauguration Day. All right, we're going to step away for a 2-minute break. It's on Live Now. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans, taking a live look there in Houston, Texas, where we now know that a winter storm warning has been issued for the city through Tuesday evening. This winter storm warning is going to be in effect until 6 p.m. on Tuesday. They do believe that snow, ice, and sleet is expected to fall Monday night into Tuesday. We're going to be also, this is according to our partners there at Fox 26 in Houston, expecting to see 2 to 4 inches of snow, but some areas could see more. We also want to put up this alert as well that has come out. This is from the Bush Airport. So if you're traveling there to the international airport there at Houston, it's important to know that it says to prioritize the safety of our passengers and staff, and due to extremely hazardous road conditions throughout Houston, flight operations at IAH will be temporarily suspended at 12 a.m. on Tuesday, January 21st. Please do not attempt to travel to the airport after this time. It says that while there will be no departing or arriving flights, our dedicated teams will remain on site 24/7, working diligently to prepare for a swift and safe return to normal operations when the weather permits. Travelers with existing travel plans must contact their airlines for rebooking options. Certainly, a very serious situation that's going to be taking place there in Houston, and out of the abundance of caution, airport now closing at 12 a.m. local time on Tuesday morning to make sure those are safe. All right, we do want to listen in because a bit earlier today we heard from city officials there in Houston talking about their preparations ahead of the winter storm.
Closing the airport. And so that will go through Tuesday. On Tuesday, as we get later into the day and we see what the storm has impacted, that we'll sit with the airlines and we will again update what our plan will be going forward for potentially Wednesday. But again, for Tuesday, we will be closed from an airport perspective. So please check with your airlines to make other arrangements besides Tuesday flying at the airports.
Thank you. When we thank our first responders for working around the clock, extra shifts, I consider public works first responders. Jim, Micah, will you come explain what preparations you're doing for our streets and city operations?
Thank you, Mayor. As the Mayor mentioned, crews from Public Works today began pre-treating critical overpasses, bridges, and other streets and corridors throughout the city. We'll continue and repeat that treatment again tomorrow. Of course, as you know, Houston's has a massive footprint, more than 16,000 square lane miles of roadway throughout the city. That literally makes it impossible for us to treat every single one of those areas. So we're strategically deploying where we can to treat in those critical areas. What I do want to caution everyone, though, is that as the weather comes in and you see things on the ground, don't let our pre-treatment of that area fool you into thinking that that makes it safe. Stay off the roads, please, as much as you possibly can. The solution that we apply is a brine solution. Really all that does is it lowers the freezing point of water on the road. It doesn't prevent water from freezing once it gets too cold, and we are expecting some of the coldest weather we've seen in a long time. So the roads will be very dangerous. They may be covered with snow. You won't be able to see the ice underneath that. Please stay off. Everything that you do there is helpful for us. Regardless, we have crews that are riding out the storm at critical facilities throughout the city. They'll be assisting primarily our first responders and police and fire to make sure that they can get to areas they need to make sure that ambulance services have clear paths. I do want to mention also and talk a little bit about the water system. As the Mayor mentioned, we encourage everyone to take all precautions that you can at home. Wrap your pipes that are exposed outside. Please make sure that you've shut off your sprinkler systems, you've drained them properly to prevent any sort of a catastrophe from happening. Know where your shut-off valve to the water system in your home is. If for some reason you have a burst pipe, know where you can shut off the water to your home. If you are unable to find that or you have a problem that persists, call 311. Our staff will work with you to help you know how to find that in your home and how to shut the water off. If you see a major eruption of water, a major water line break, for instance, please call 311 immediately so that we can do the best we can to address it. As the Mayor mentioned, we ask that you not drip water in your homes to keep it going. Open the cabinets under your sinks to let that go. Water pressure is a real issue when everyone drips water at the same time. And I think you don't have to look any further than the catastrophes we've seen with the fires in California to see where hydrants didn't have adequate pressure to them. That's because when you open all of the spigots up at the same time, pressure becomes an issue. And we certainly would face that here in Houston. So if you can, please avoid dripping water as much as you can. But regardless, Mayor, we're well prepared. We have folks that'll be staged and ready to go and respond as we need to. Again, if you have an issue, you see an issue, contact 311 and we'll respond as quickly as we possibly can.
Thank you, Randy. In an attempt to stay warm and be safe, the fire chief plays such a critical role. I would ask Chief Munoz to come speak to space heaters and also our danger of carbon monoxide. Tom?
Thank you, Mayor. As the Mayor mentioned, this is going to be an extreme weather issue that we're facing. The fire department has been prepared, has been planning since Thursday to make sure that we're fully staffed. So thank you for the support on that, Mayor and administration. As he mentioned, time and time again during these times of extreme freezing temperatures, people have a tendency to might use or will use their generators, which creates carbon monoxide. Every year we do see some people, unfortunately, get overcome by the carbon monoxide, which can result in death. So with that said, please pay attention to where you place your generators. Also, unfortunately, there are some people that have to resort to using open flames inside their homes, such as the fire pits that they use inside the house in the garage to try to keep the house warm. Please we definitely discourage you from doing that. Your heaters, make sure that those heaters are within a safe distance from anything that might be flammable, and make sure that you know the surroundings of where those heaters are at. But again, please stay off the roads, as the mayor has mentioned, and pay attention to your surroundings where you place those open flames. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Chief Diaz, would you address our HPD officers in particular? Would you address the outreach for our homeless that your department leads, and you and I will be partnering later this evening? So how would somebody reach one of those outreach officers?
Thank you, Mayor. Again, thank you, everybody. Please contact the police department. We have the centers open. Our hot teams are working around downtown, mostly where we're making contact with our homeless population to make sure that they have what they need. Our focus is on getting them into a shelter to avoid a tragedy, loss of a life, but please make sure that you are contacting us. I know sometimes the homeless population doesn't have cell phones, so we're actually out on the street. The mayor and I will be there shortly and make contact with people to make sure that they know that there are shelters available, that they can bring their pets, that there will be a little bit of food for them, that the centers will be open until probably Thursday to make sure that they're warm and that they're safe. Also, I just want to cover if you must get out, if you have to drive to work, please give yourself some distance, slow down. If it's snowing, if you're having to drive at night, make sure that you drive slower because the roads are dark and you may hit on a patch of ice and you put our first responders at jeopardy trying to get to you in an event like that. So we don't want anything to happen to our motoring public. So make sure that you're driving with caution. If you can, please stay home. Like to echo what the mayor said, please stay home. Our first responders have been planning since Thursday. It's all hands on deck. Everyone's working. Every division of the police department is working, ready to protect the community. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Our most vulnerable population is a real focus for all of ours. So I would like our Chief Recovering Resilience Officer for the City of Houston to come speak how we're partnering with the nonprofits and our charities to see that everyone is provided for. Angela Blanchard.
Thank you, Mayor. So first of all of the people that you're seeing here have made our plans with the utmost empathy, focused on people most likely to be harmed by what's coming in the form of extreme cold. So first on that list are our unhoused neighbors. We have a number of partners, the Coalition for the Homeless and many others that are reaching out, encouraging people to make good decisions and go to warming centers. Some of the concerns homeless folk typically express are, can I bring my belongings? Yes, they can. They can bring their pets. They can bring their belongings. We want people to go to the warming centers and know they will be welcome. If you have an opportunity to encourage the homeless people in your area to go to these warming centers, please do so. It's being a good neighbor. Second, very vulnerable seniors. Seniors are vulnerable to extreme weather, extreme cold, and oftentimes they may live in facilities in which the heat is not entirely reliable. So yesterday and today, the Area Agency on Aging was checking on every senior that receives services through the congregate sites or who receives home-delivered meals. Shelf-stable meals have been delivered to seniors in anticipation of the inability to make those deliveries on Tuesday, Wednesday, and so forth. Finally, with respect to our nonprofit partners, we are so grateful for the Coalition for the Homeless, the Houston Food Bank, the United Way. And I encourage everyone to just remember, for a true emergency, 911. For answers to questions, for rides to warming centers, for other kinds of help, call 311. Call the United Way's 211 line if you have specific concerns about the conditions in your home or any other potential vulnerability. So please understand you can get a ride to any of the 10 warming centers. You get to choose where you want to go, and we want you to be comfortable, and you will definitely be welcome there. Thanks to all of our partners that are helping in this effort, and thanks to all of you, the residents of this city. We know we can count on you to reach out to the neighbors right around you. No one can get to your neighbor faster than you can, and no one can help you quicker than your neighbor. Reach out and check on one another. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. I want to emphasize that the Emergency Center and its director, Brian Mason, and his team will be in this center around the clock until the temperatures improve later this week for any unexpected emergencies that we haven't covered. But let me, before I answer questions and obviously translate to our Spanish-speaking residents, I want to thank everyone that is collaborating with us. I've been in touch with county commissioners today that are sharing their resources inside the city of Houston. We've been in touch with the State Emergency Center, our federal congressional offices, the public safety agencies in our area and at the state. So now I guess, and before I yield to Anna, let me just appeal to the public. We need your collaboration. That's really the message that I want to leave here tonight with. The city of Houston is prepared for severe weather, lower activity, look out for one another, but let's collaborate with one another. If you see a neighbor or loved one that needs something, reach out to them and contact your city resources. With that said, Anna, would you come translate for us?
Voy a dar un resumen breve para nuestra comunidad de habla hispana. Estamos aquí para decirles que la ciudad de Houston está preparada. Hemos visto primeramente con el maratón y vamos a ver mañana con el desfile de MLK que nuestros bomberos y nuestras agencias policíacas están preparadas. No tuvimos ningún problema esta mañana con el maratón. Todo fue un suceso y va a seguir siendo así. El pronóstico meteorológico indica condiciones de nivel históricas para nuestra ciudad. Las condiciones en la calle y todos los transportes serán imposibles hasta más o menos el miércoles. El martes daremos información actualizada acerca de cómo se verá el miércoles. Los aeropuertos estarán cerrados empezando el lunes en la noche y todo el martes, y vamos a ver cómo están las condiciones para el miércoles. Si planean ir a casa de un amigo, un hotel o un centro de calentamiento, por favor háganlo antes del lunes en la noche, ya que después será muy difícil. Y estén preparados para quedar.
All right, as you hear there, we were just listening into those city officials there in Houston discussing their winter storm alerts and what they are now preparing for, as we know. So we do want to go ahead and show you this shot as well on your screen. This is live. We are getting some remarks there from President-elect Donald Trump. He is up to the mic there attending this candlelight dinner. We're going to bring you his remarks in full on the other side. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. We do want to continue on with our coverage of the inauguration. I want to show you this live look that we have there in our nation's capital at the Capitol building. Inside of that rotunda, that is where President-elect Donald Trump will be officially sworn into office as the 47th president. And just a few moments ago, we brought you that preview, that live shot of President-elect Donald Trump holding a speech and speaking out some remarks there at the candlelight dinner at the National Building Museum in Washington, D.C. Several people of importance are also in attendance, including Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, as well as the entire Trump family. Let's go ahead and listen in to those remarks that just wrapped up there in Washington.
Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. It's been a very big day, and tomorrow's going to be an even bigger day. I want to especially thank you all for being here on the eve of one of the most important days in the history of our country. The day we save our nation and begin to make America great again. I'm thrilled to share this special moment with so many friends and supporters. You are a very extraordinary crowd of people. You're the men and women who helped make this momentous day possible, and I'm incredibly grateful for your love and support and generosity. You've been amazing. Our journey has not been an easy one, as you perhaps have seen. A lot of people said that was an impossible journey, but here we are. And we stuck together through every challenge and obstacle, and we stood strong for our country and for our freedom. And this is not my victory. This is our victory, everybody in this room. Thank you. Over the past 8 years, we've built a new political coalition of hardworking patriots of every race, religion, color, and creed, youth, women, African American, and you know that we set every record there is with African Americans and every record there is with Hispanic Americans, union members, and so many others. This is a once-in-a-lifetime realignment that will endure and lead America for generations to come. This was a very, very special time in our country's history. So as we begin this exciting new chapter, I especially want to thank my family, starting with our great First Lady, Melania. Thank you, Melania. And a very special thanks to our outstanding Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, along with his incredible wife, Usha Vance. Great. Thank you, J.D. Fantastic job. Thank you very much, Usha. And I have to call out somebody that's very special, who we put into a position that she knew nothing about other than she's an extraordinarily competent person, and she learned everything she needed to learn probably in the first day. And that's Laura Trump, who became the head, along with Michael, of the Republican Party. And she ran a tough group of people, and we made it too big to rig. They tried, but they couldn't get past her and Michael, so I want to thank both of you. It's a fantastic job that you did. Thank you, Laura. Thank you very much. Tonight, I also want to thank Speaker Mike Johnson, Senators Rick Scott. Thank you. Thank you, Mike. He's the nicest man. He's actually a killer, I have to be honest with you, but everybody thinks he's the nicest man. He reminds me of Witkoff. Everyone says Witkoff's the nicest guy. But he's not at all. Just happens to be very capable. But Mike is something because everyone likes him. And when you have a majority of about 2, it's going up to 5, but right now we're 2, because I brilliantly decided I wanted 3 people. Sorry I had to do that. It just was really testing you, Mike, to see how good you really were. It's a test. But he's done an amazing job. He's going to be a great speaker. Senators Rick Scott, David McCormick, Eric Schmidt, Bill Hagerty, along with Representatives Jason Smith, Tom Cole, Darrell Issa. Former Speaker Kevin McCarthy is here. Governor Sarah Sanders and Patrick Morrissey. Co-chairs Steve Witkoff. Thank you, Steve. What a job. Just got back from the Middle East. He had a little project that he did very well on. And we took in the first hostages today, and they're coming in tomorrow, and they're going to keep coming in. And you notice it was the day before we take office, even though the other administration, I'll be nice tonight, the other administration says, well, they didn't have too much to do with it, did they? No, not at all. Just happened to be the day before we took office. But you were fantastic, Steve, and I appreciate it. And Kelly Loeffler and Miriam. And where is Miriam Adelson? She's so fantastic. Thank you, Miriam. She is a fantastic woman. She was very generous, as were many of the people in this room, and countless other distinguished guests. Let me also express my appreciation for all of the members of our incoming cabinet who are all here and who have stepped forward to serve. And they're doing really well in the process. And the senators, the Republican senators, have been very understanding and very professional, and we appreciate it so far. Now, if that changes, I'll let you know. I'll let John know. This will be among the most talented teams ever assembled, and we're getting tremendous credit for that, by the way. And together we will make America stronger and prouder than ever before. This group of people is extraordinary. Tomorrow we will end 4 years of failure, disaster, and decline. And we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. We're going to turn it around. We're going to turn it around quick, and we're going to do things that nobody thought even were possible. We're inheriting a nation faced with crises at home and abroad, but I will describe in my inaugural address tomorrow. Can you believe it? Tomorrow. It's been a long 4 years. Nasty. It's been a nasty 4 years. My administration will take immediate and decisive action to confront every single problem America faces and put our nation back on the path to success and greatness. Within hours of taking office, I will sign dozens of executive orders, close to 100 to be exact, many of which I will be describing in my address tomorrow. We will not waste a single moment in delivering on our promises to the people. The Trump administration will again live by the motto, promises made, promises kept. And we kept those promises. We had a very, very successful last administration, and this one, I think, is going to be even more successful, maybe a lot more successful if that's possible. Less than 24 hours from now, the invasion of our borders will end and the restoration of our sovereignty will begin. We will stop immediately criminals from pouring into our country from countries all over the world. That will stop immediately. We will quickly defeat the inflation crisis and unlock the liquid gold. You know what liquid gold is? We have more than anybody under our feet. In other words, we will drill, baby drill, and get those prices down, and everything else is going to follow it, as it always does. With the stroke of my pen, I will revoke dozens of destructive and radical executive orders and actions of the Biden administration, and by this time tomorrow, they will all be null and void.
All right, as you see there, that pool camera did end up moving away, but we were just listening into those remarks that Trump delivered just about 10 minutes or so ago there at the candlelight dinner in Washington, D.C. This state dinner was attended by a number of names that are going to be in the Trump administration. Do want to show you again this live shot that we have there of our nation's capital. Specifically, that rotunda is where we're going to be keeping our eyes on it as Inauguration Day is quickly approaching. We do know that Trump will be sworn in at noon Eastern time there in our nation's capital. He'll then deliver his inaugural address, which in interviews he says that he intends for it to be uplifting and unifying. And as you heard there, his other promise that he's been making, he will be signing, as he says, close to 100 executive orders in the hours after taking the presidency. All right, we do want to go ahead and tease ahead to our coverage tomorrow. So if you are interested, here on Live Now from Fox, we'll begin our live coverage of the inauguration at 9 a.m. Eastern time. It's going to be hosted by my colleagues Stephanie Quinn and Andrew Kraft. So make sure that you are tuned in to Live Now. All right, that is going to do it for our live time here this evening. And on the other side of this 2-minute break, you're going to see coverage from our overnight playlist. Thanks so much for being with us.
I am Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. A couple live pictures there in Washington, D.C. at this victory rally for President-elect Trump on Inauguration Day, and also a live picture in South Carolina as President Biden expected to make some remarks there on his final day of this four-year term. And, of course, some busy headlines, a moving target of sorts in terms of TikTok as it went dark late last night, but users in the United States are pleased to know that it is back up and running, at least at this point, as this was the post on that social media platform saying, "Welcome back. Thanks for your patience and support. As a result of President Trump's effort, TikTok is back in the United States. You can continue to create, share, and discover all the things you love on TikTok." So it's back up and running. All right, let's continue on here to discuss what we know at this moment because they change moment to moment. We're going to bring in right now Sarah Krebs, Director of Tech Policy Institute at Cornell. Sarah, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox, as it is very much a fluid situation. What can you tell us about what's going on right now, this executive order that's expected to go into effect tomorrow with the inauguration of President Trump?
Yeah, no, it is a complicated and fluid situation, as you say, and the law on this is very complicated. So the Solicitor General that was part of the oral hearings in front of the Supreme Court more than a week ago said that she did not believe, or it was unclear, the statutory interpretation question of whether, in fact, Trump could come in and extend the law for 90 days even after the law starts. And it sounds like some members of Congress, Senator Cotton, for example, is questioning that as well. So that might just bring us back into this legal thicket about whether, in fact, at this point, Trump can come in with an executive order and extend this deadline on these grounds of it being somehow a qualified divestiture.
Yeah, it's so very interesting because he posted on his Truth Social platform, Save TikTok, and we'll get into his stance on TikTok in just a little bit. But during the ban last night, during the statement on TikTok, he was mentioning Trump. Today, it talked about Trump as well. He's not president yet. How can he do this?
It's surprising to me that it looks to me like the TikTok then somehow coordinated with the service providers and with the promise that Trump would come in and issue this executive order and this delay. And then poof, magic wand, and now the service is restored. But it's a little complicated at this point. So it's not available in the App Store, but you can go to the website. And if you have the app, you can still use it. So even the use case here is a bit of a mixed bag as well.
Yeah, a mixed bag, to say the least, as some of those service providers, and that was the fines, that was the deterrent for having it there available. And like you mentioned, still not available in the kind of app store for Google and Apple. And I want to put up this because we mentioned Tom Cotton, the Republican there, talking about this TikTok ban, saying any company that hosts, distributes services, or otherwise facilitates communist-controlled TikTok could face hundreds of billions of dollars in liability under the law, not just from the DOJ, but also under securities laws, shareholder lawsuits, state AGs. Can you discuss the liabilities here on the service providers? Because let's say Trump changes his mind in the next 24 hours and TikTok is already up and these things go into place. These might elicit some fines. Can you talk about the liability factor for some of these service providers?
Yeah, no, my prediction yesterday was that these service providers and Apple and Google would not go along with this gamble that Trump would say, don't worry, I'm not going to enforce it, you won't be fined, because these are publicly held companies with shareholders that are on the hook for these quite steep fines. And so it's surprising to me that the service providers are so confident that they won't be fined, that they went along with this. I think it says, I've been trying to puzzle through that. I actually don't have the answer. What I do wonder is whether, because the App Store is just Apple and Google, whereas service providers, there are a lot more of them. Maybe they think that this is a compliance situation that they don't think will come back to bite them. But there's a lot of money at stake. And I think given the legal ambiguity and given that you do have members of Congress that feel fairly strongly about this, if I were the service providers, I'm not sure that I would have rolled the dice in the same way.
Yeah, a lot of gray area here for them to take such a grand risk in it all. I want to ask you, because yesterday it was gone late last night. It's back up today. Would you be surprised if, say, tonight, tomorrow, TikTok is gone again?
I would think at this point, given that Trump is not even in office, that if it's here now, it will be here tomorrow. I mean, I don't at this point feel confident making any predictions because nothing has really gone as anyone I think has expected. I did not think it would be here today. But I do think that with Trump coming into office tomorrow and then this executive order, whatever it gets issued is issued, that seems that like it will just corroborate whatever these service providers did today by having it restored for the time being. So then I think it will go somehow to the courts to try to adjudicate this really complicated question.
Yeah, it was a slow moving through the courts up until Supreme Court as well, when they kind of sped it up a little bit. But I want to put up just this statement as well from President Trump on Truth Social talking about it. And I'm going to read the last part because he says, I would like the United States to have a 50% ownership position in a joint venture. By doing this, we save TikTok, keep it in good hands, and allow it to stay up. In terms of that, there was always that divestiture point in the legislation, the bill in place, that if TikTok somehow sold ByteDance sold TikTok to some other U.S. entity or otherwise, that it would be remaining. What do you make of this? What does that say to you?
Yeah, no, it's interesting because ByteDance has said all along, of course, that it will not sell because financially it doesn't make sense. But there was also a question whether that was just its game of chicken that they were playing. They had no reason to tilt their hand and say, yes, oh, well, in the end, we might kind of cave. But that's only part of the problem. The other part of the problem still remains this data security problem and the national security concerns that went into this in the first place, with Trump 5 years ago, and then with the legislation as it moved through over the last couple of years. So this question of what would be a qualified divestiture, just part of it is this question of American ownership. But the other part of it is how do we ensure that there aren't these backdoor channels that allow the Chinese government to still access this data in ways that, again, motivated this law in the first place.
Yeah, that is a very good point. Sarah, my last question before I let you go, because we are in a very complicated time with this TikTok, but also a complicated time in terms of Trump and his stance on TikTok, because at one point he did want to ban it. Now he wants to save it. Can you talk a little bit about why he had such a change of heart in terms of TikTok? Was it just popularity? Was it just movement? Or is there something more to it?
Yeah, I'm hard to kind of parse this, but it seems to me that one of the considerations was just kind of realizing that this is a very popular platform. It helped boost his popularity. And then I think in his view, it gives him a chance to come in and be this negotiator in chief. But, you didn't mention Elon Musk, who came out today or last night saying he was against the ban. And now he's saying it's not fair that X is banned in China, but we can have TikTok here. He wants a level playing field. So I think, again, it's very interesting to watch as the politics of this have changed over the last couple of years.
Yeah, and that's to say, is Elon Musk expected to be in his administration for the second term, which officially begins in 24 hours. All right, so very interesting, Sarah. I appreciate your time here on this Sunday. Thanks so much for joining us. And I'm sure a lot is going to change in the next 10 minutes, next 10 hours, next 10 days. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Andy.
All right, thank you so much. All right, let's continue on here on Live Now from Fox. And I want to put up this one more time as TikTok restores service in the United States after that brief shutdown. They said to users today, welcome back. Thanks for your patience and support. As a result of President Trump's efforts, TikTok is back in the U.S. You can continue to create, share, and discover all the things you love on TikTok. So that executive order expected to go into place tomorrow. A lot of discussion about those liabilities on service providers and whatnot as the Supreme Court ruled on Sunday or on Friday, upholding that in place. And now it is back some, 12 hours or so after last night.
Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Let's now turn our attention to South Carolina, where President Biden is now speaking ahead of Martin Luther King Jr. Day.
That's the way we do it down here in the Low Country.
You already gave me a gift.
No, that was an investment. That was an investment. Mr. President, I got a little gift for you. Now, this gift, I want to tell you a little bit about it, is a profound reflection of our nation's history, acknowledging both the tragedy of oppression and the enduring triumphant spirit of resilience and achievement. It celebrates the extraordinary contributions of African Americans, honoring the past while embracing the promise of a brighter future, which your presidency, your 50-plus years of public service, have reminded us. On the historic occasion of the first visit by a United States president to the International African American Museum, I am, to the sacred site of Gadsden Wharf, where, according to researchers, over 40% of the Africans who came into this country and became enslaved came through this site. We present this Carolina maple wood. And hand-woven sweetgrass rice fanner to you, our 46th President of the United States. Now, on behalf of Dr. Tanya Matthews, the CEO of the International African American Museum, myself, my family, my significant other, there's those three girls there.
I know those two girls.
Angela's been crying all day. On behalf of them, at least two of your cabinet members here, Administrator Regan, and of course, my almost homeboy, Secretary Lloyd, and all of these people from all over South Carolina and some outside of the state. I know I met some folks from New Jersey back there. We want to present to you with this extraordinary gift, crafted by the hands of skilled Charleston artisans. This award is framed by the timeless art of sweetgrass weaving, a tradition rooted in African American culture and maintained in the Low Country through Gullah Geechee traditions. The plaque is made of wood carved from a Carolina maple tree dating back to the early 1800s. This reclaimed wood comes from land where enslaved individuals labored. These two things are now blended into this powerful symbol of resilience and that word that you see me so often, hope. Mr. President.
God love you, man.
Love you too.